Building on that 35, around about 35, 40 second time gap. You have a full stretch. You are out of sight. And Matt, Bill Walton, throw it down, big man.
Who are you directing out there? Who are you coaching? Which one? What number? You got a number of a guy? Oh, Hicam? Hitch, that's right. Bike shop Hitch. Big thank you to Sunland Ford. Look at that beautiful Mustang as it rolls through Sunland Ford. Family owned for 56 years, voted 6 years in a row, the best in the desert. New, pre-owned, and service for all your trucks, cars, and SUVs. Head on over to Sunland Ford. Riders getting ready to be able to come down. They're going to be seeing 5 laps to go. And more importantly, we're going to be doing points. Again, this is your final point sprint. Final Omnium mid-race point sprint. Mid-race point sprint. Omnium points, Omnium points. 5, 3, and 1. All positions are up the road. And so we're going to be ringing the bell for the main field. And once they come around there, David, you can explain that a little bit more.
Well, this is really exciting. You know, the Redlands Classic is coming up in April. So for the Criterium, we're going to give away a free entry fee to the Criterium, which will be April 16th in beautiful downtown Redlands, one of the cool crits in downtown environment. Free entry for the bunch. So it's going to be for these guys right here. We're going to do a pack preem as they come rolling through. We're going to make sure they hear my announcement. All right, bike racers, this is for a free entry for the Redlands Classic Criterium, April 16th. Field preem, free entry for the Redlands Classic Criterium.
Guys, you get a chance to get off the course, swing left, get onto the sidewalk. You can ride down the sidewalk the entire way. We have the race in place coming, and it's an Omnium point sprint, 5, 3, and 1. You guys know the drill. You know how it works. Big points available. competition getting closer because as Lawrence Zai picks up another 5 points, if he does, he's going to come out with a total of 66 points, moving him into second overall. And then, of course, you have the big points at the end, 30, 29, 28, and so on down the line. So here they come right now. They should be seeing 4 laps to go as well. Riders 4 to go, 4 laps to go, 4 laps to go.
Walton, Thornsberry, and Spangler throwing it down, working together so very well. Roughly a 60-second time gap. So unless they're abducted by aliens, I think they've got it. Of course, puncturing mechanicals can also be an issue. Remember the rules of the game. No free laps after 5. We are inside of 4 when they come through.
Dalton Thornsberry has moved up into about 8th overall, and our riders coming around. Remember, it's a free entry to the Amateur Redlands Criterium coming up in about 2 weeks.
Looks like Ice Speed controlling the chase is going to pick up the free entry for the Redlands Criterium. Congratulations, Brandon Owens-Nilo with Ice Speed Racing.
Paul Mason on Ice Speed Racing. He's part of that team wearing those blue jerseys that's riding on the front. They are trying to be able to set up the sprint for him. He's your current leader. 1 point, though, in front of the ride leader that's in front of there, Lawrence Zai. And, of course, they are going to be sprinting. Big points available at the finish. When they come around, they are getting ready to see 3 laps to go. Next up is our Masters 40 plus, 50 plus. We are very close to being on time. Keep that in mind. And also make sure to check in. Mandatory check-in at the RV at the registration tent. If you have not checked in, head over there. You need to check in. And then right after this race finishes, we will pull you onto the course and get you underway. In the meantime, here's your race leaders. Cheer them on. It's 3 laps to go, 3 to go. Thornsberry sitting in second position in that Du Velox team coming out of San Diego, talking about how chilly it was, but it doesn't seem to be affecting him as he's made the right move. He's read the race, and he's made it into the breakaway.
Yeah, Dalton Thornsberry, he's quite a character. Yeah, bit of an artist. I follow him on Instagram. He's a very creative dude. So many characters in bicycle racing. But, yeah, check out Dalton Thornsberry online. Thrilling adventures. Young man is an artist. He's a good kid and very creative.
Riders, 3 laps to go, 3 laps to go. Your breakaway is about 50 seconds in front of you, 3 laps remaining.
And that was Brandon Owens at the point, lifting the pace.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting with the Ice Speed Racing guys, right? They came in 2nd and 3rd overall. All those blue riders are riding on the front. Are they going to try to be able to keep 2nd and 3rd? I mean, obviously they're going to try to move up to 1st, but are they going to have to sacrifice many of the riders in order to be able to propel the one rider, Paul Mason, to win the overall? In other words, where's Granger going to end up? Is he going to be able to remain on the podium, or are they going to have to use him up in order to be able to ensure that Mason makes it on to that final podium in the leader's position? As right now, he's the current virtual race leader on the road. All the Omnium point sprints are up. There's no more except for the final sprint coming up, and when they come around, it'll be 2 laps to go.
Yeah, and it's a logjam in the top four right now. Our top four on the road separated by 4 points. So a paper-thin margin between first, second, third, and fourth in the general classification. 67, 66, 64, and 63 points between Mason, Spangler, Zai, and Granger.
If we go back to yesterday, too, in the road race, Granger won the sprint from Hitch Burakai and Mike Spangler. So Granger definitely has a little bit of a kick in him, absolutely. Riders are seeing 2 laps to go. Look at that wind picking up. It's blowing a little bit of a tailwind through the sprint. 2 to go, 2 to go.
And there's Thornsberry riding wheel number 2. These guys have made very efficient pulls. They are locked in. Look at, they're just doing the dance, taking the turns at the same section on the course, completely dialed, but at some point, that marriage will be annulled. It will be mano, imano, imano. This should be scintillating.
Like the wind is, like the river was coming from behind us, now it's coming like straight down here. Yeah, but it's not tail. No, they're definitely not getting off.
2 laps remaining, 30 plus 3/4. 2 laps to go. Ice speed at the front.
Taylor Granger sitting in second position. He's looks like a track sprinter. He's a little bit stockier. He's the one I was talking about wearing the double leg warmers, and Paul Mason sitting right behind him. So that's what we need to pay attention to, is what order they are in. Is Granger going to be in front of Mason, or Mason in front of Granger, as the iSpeed Racing guys continue to try to set a tempo, trying to prevent anybody from attacking. The last thing they want is more points to go up the road, because once they fall a little bit too far back, they won't be in contention to pick up enough points to be able to remain in the lead because of where Lawrence Zai has put himself in.
So the iSpeed baby blue kits line it up. They got 4 or 5 riders in there, kind of emulating the U.S. Postal Program, right? They are at the front, and they have enough riders really to take it for a full lap. Sometimes that train will start a bit early, but they're doing pretty good. And also, at some point, I feel like Granger can freelance. He looks like he's coming from a track background, but he really needs to win that bunch sprint to protect his top 3 podium place in the general classification.
Look at that. Breaking away, not taking any chances, wanting the ultimate 30 points at the end of the day. Well, he's going to get Bell Lab with 1 lap to go. Lawrence Zai striking out.
With
looking to be able to move up in the rankings. 1 lap to go, 1 lap to go. Zai on the attack.
There goes Zai with 1 lap to go here at the Victorville final stage. There goes Thornsberry on the hunt. Matt Walton riding wheel number 3 on the final lap.
Once again, Masters, you're going to be up next. Masters 40 plus, 50 plus. Coming up right now on 10:30. We're going to have you going by 10:35. Keep that in mind. Make sure to check in. Course is closed because we have 2 different groups out there, so do not come immediately out to the start line as we are getting ready for the final of this race. The Masters 30 plus 3-4. Many of these guys, once they get more points, they are going to be moving right up those rankings. No more 3-4, but moving up to a category 1 and a category 2. Bell Lap, you know what that means. 1 to go, 1 to go.
As our field comes coursing through, 1 lap to go.
Keep an eye on Spangler, who's wearing the yellow jersey, where he finishes in this sprint, and also where the iSpeed Racing guys finish in the sprint. That is going to be what's going to determine where they're going to end up overall here at the 3 days of the Victorville stage race, brought to you by Sunland Ford. What team does Zy ride for? Anyone know? Subaru something? All right, good to know. Say it again. Subaru Santa Monica? All right, thank you. Nothing listed on our sheet here. Put himself into the best position possible to try to win the overall. But in the meantime, your 2023 Victorville Criterium winner, Lawrence Zy.
Job well done, Zy, racing for Subaru Santa Monica. And our man, Dalton Thornsberry, taking the silver. And third, alone, racing for InCycle, Matt Walton.
Here's that sprint starting to be able to lead it out. Once again, keep an eye out. The iSpeed Racing guys in the blue jerseys, they need to place high up. They need some big points in order to hold off Zy. Here they come. It's coming down to a sprint. It's going to be a bike throw.
Wow, that was close. It looks like Spencer Tanner kind of sat up with Duvalo. Not sure who got that one. Too close to call from my vantage point. Officials and Frankie Andretti, they're crunching the numbers right now. It's so close, and our final four actually separated by 1 point each. This is going to come down to the paper-thin margins, a razor's edge between 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the general classification. Certainly Lawrence Zy taking the win in dramatic fashion with exuberance and emotion.
Hey, good to see you, man.
You guys have a good night last night, okay?
Really? Calling to the line, our Masters 40-50 to the line. Big shout out to the city of Victorville. Just saw Bob Harriman, city councilman, looking good. We had Bob come by and visit yesterday. He's like, oh, I'm going to do a cameo, come by for an hour maybe. 8 hours later, Bob with city council, so intrigued with racing, learning about the sport. We had a great time at the Southern Logistic Airport yesterday, also learning about the history of the George Air Force Base, which is now an international hub for aeronautics. You ready? We're going to be passing the mic over for final instructions and Chief Official Stevie B.
Racers, 40 plus, 50 plus to the start line. 40 plus, 50 plus to the start line. Racers, you'll be racing for 45 minutes, 4-5. Because of safety issues, the way we're running the race today is this. You'll have a lead motor and a follow motor. You'll be a rolling enclosure race, meaning if you are off the back, you're pulled immediately. Nobody is going to be off the back today. Everyone is going to be between the motors. The reason is we've had cars on the course. We can't allow racers and cars to mix. Since we can't control all the cars, we can control the racers. So it's unfortunate But if you're off the back, I'm going to pull you, and your day is done. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's what we've got to contend with today. No breakaways allowed. No. Yes, if there's a breakaway, then the lead motor will go with the breakaway. All right? And the follow motor will stay back. Yeah. So you'll have 3 omnium sprints, just like yesterday. They'll be just like preems in a crit. There may be additional preems. If so, we'll ring the bell, listen for what they are. But the omnium points will be just like ring the bell and next lap, okay? The sprint is only occurring at the finish line, the sprint points, just like yesterday. 5 laps to go, you'll see lap cards. That means 3 laps are over. Check ontheday.net, make sure it's correct. If not, come see the judges right away. We'll take care of whatever the issue is. Any questions? Raise your hand. Not check in and registration. So everybody checked in already today? Everybody's checked in. All right. We're going to go 45 minutes. It'll be on my whistle. Timers ready?
Riders, your podium will be immediately after your race as well. You're at pit right after the finish line on the right-hand side. You're going to be going on our referee's whistle. Hold on. So your current leaders, John Garbo, also Espen Cataras. Those are your current leaders in our 40-plus and 50-plus. As we're getting ready for day number 3 here for the Victorville Criterium. As remember, you got to stay in that bubble. We want safety first, and so the bubble is critical. On the whistle, we're giving you 5 seconds. We're off and running. Masters 40-plus, 50-plus, 45 minutes of racing. All the marbles on the line right now. Look at that, immediately attacking from the gun. One rider going off the front, just out of the saddle, attacking towards turn number 1.
Pat Carroll on the move in the Purple Haze kit. He's going to mix it up a little bit. Carroll, man, he's feeling froggy.
Yes, Masters 30-plus 3-4 to the podium. Masters 30-plus 3-4 to the podium. All right, moving on. Let's do our Omnium classification. The Criterium today, High Speed Racing. They're around here as well. Let's start off with 3rd place on the day. He made the breakaway and he stayed away. It's a bronze medal ride. Please welcome up to the stage, Matt Walton.
And out on course, fractures at the front already. Goodness gracious, there goes Peter Dew and Patrick Carroll and Steve Remy on the hunt.
Second place on the day. Please welcome Dalton Thornsberry. your winner on the day, breaking away, Subaru Santa Monica. This is Lawrence Zai. An incredible ride. It's 1, 2, and 3. Put your arms up. Lawrence Shaw on the top step, followed by Thornsberry and Walton. Now reshuffling the deck, looking for the overall. After 3 days of racing, the Omnium standings have been reshuffled. In third place from High Speed Racing, Taylor Granger. Me? Hold on, they're doing one more. Hold on. Hold hands, are you crazy?
We'll do it no matter what now. Yeah. No matter what he's doing. I'll step on his hand.
Granger with a total of 89 points in third place. Taylor Granger with High Speed Racing. Head on up. In second. What?
And back out on course, we're going to be ringing the bell when they come through for the points competition.
Criterium on the day, and now I'm doing the overall Omnium. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, Granger, up there. Nice job. Excellent job at third place. Second place on the day, Paul Mason from High Speed Racing. Paul Mason in second.
Let's just do it. Let's do it. Hey, Frankie, real quick, I got to ring the bell, and we'll go back to the podium presentation. Just one moment as our racers come through the 40-50s. We got the yellow jersey at the front. This is for a points competition preem, a hot lap for the general classification points preem. There goes Garbo. We're going to be awarding 5, 3, and 1 on this hot lap. Welcome to Victorville, California.
And a reshuffling, he came all the way to the front. We talked about being in second place overall with 92 points, but now the number one rider, 96 points, 3 days of racing, your Victorville 2023 winner, Lawrence Shaw. Congratulations, 1, 2, and 3, your overall here in Victorville.
Doesn't get any better than that. Tour de France 9-time rider with the podium presentation. A flashbulb moment.
So riders payout is for top 5 in the overall Omnium. You can go to ontheday.net, find out if you're 4th or 5th or where you are in the Omnium. And that'll be right next to our stage here. You'll be able to pick up your checks, your money, your prizes. And congratulations to all of our Masters riders for 3 great days of racing.
And what a gorgeous day. Majestic, monumental day. Here in the rain shadow, we are surrounded by mountains, snow blanketed, the north flank of the San Gabriel shining proudly. Blue skies, we have weathered the storm. So good to be here with you all. I'm David Worthington, joined by Frankie Andrea, speaking for Mr. Sanchez and the entire Majestic Cycling team. Thank you so much for coming out. And check out the Ford Mustang Cobra with the Shelby headlights flashing right here down Civic Drive. Our start finish lining up with the City Hall building, making the mayor proud and City Council. John Garbo making ribbons out of the field, picking up the points. Garbo riding inspired, and here's a big lunge to the line. Looks like might have been Freeman. We'll get that number hotting up. James Barnwell was the man from Velo Pasadena picking up second place, awarding 5-3-1 in the order. Barnwell getting 3. Garbo adding to his lead. He only had 2 points on Wout Roos from the Netherlands, riding for Stage 2 cyclery. Mixture course is clear, and congratulations to Brandon Owens for picking up a free entry to Redlands April 16th. Going to send Brandon Owens over to registration. He's got my signature. Looks like Garbo is getting Hoover vacuum, but he's got Woot. The Woot Roos is loose. Or was that? That could have been, that's a Stage 2 rider. It looked like it could have been Root. Is either Woot Roos or one of the Meza brothers in there covering Garbo wisely. Yeah, we got eyes on. That was Ruben Meza. So Meza's covering that move diligently. And they've got a teammate, Wout Roos from the Netherlands, also in the hunt. So very wise and prudent to jump on that, to latch on. The Meza family, very heady riders, a classic family of cyclists.
Yeah, very strong riders. And yesterday, John Garbo taking the win in the road race, which put him into the lead for the overall. Wout Roos was second on yesterday in that road race. So technically, you could say two of the strongest riders are trying to challenge everybody else and try to go up the road, trying to be able to pick up maximum points. And they are first and second right now overall in the Omnium. So to say they are marking each other would be an understatement. They are not letting anybody move without the attention of the other.
Ay, ay, ay. En esta la vida, todo es posible con corazón y pasión y poquito dinero. Welcome, everybody. Siempre Victoria. Good to be here in Victorville, California.
Well, last night we had Garbo and Wout Roos who were away, but now it looks like they've been reeled back in. Two new riders starting to be able to go up. Remember, it's a 45-minute race, and we've had one Omnium point sprint so far as different riders all taking their turns trying to attack.
And look at this counter punch. We have live action in cycle covering that, trying to get across In desperation, Patrick Caro's like, I got this. That's Garbo's first lieutenant. And look at Caro falling on his sword for his teammate John Garbo in the yellow jersey. Tip of the hat to Majestic Cycling for making it happen, and also consulting with the calendar. You know, I've just been informed it's by the meteorologist here, John with the Apple Valley Bikes. You know, it only gets really hot for about a week. I'm, a $115. Mostly moderate weather here. Why? Because we're higher. As this rider hanging on with a college effort, he's doing a full lap. And again, Patrick Caro, steady as she goes. Rider number 2 in the yellow jackaroo, that's John Garbo. And rider number 3, stage 2 cycling rider, as they line it up. These two teams marking each other. So yeah, we get about 360 days of blue skies here in Victorville. Hence, that's why we have a aviation center, because you can fly almost every day with the blue skies, and also flight and film attracted to the Victor Valley because, you can get good lighting for most of the time too. And Hollywood is only a mere, 90 miles south. So there's at least 20, 30 movies that you've heard of that were filmed here in Victorville.
So off the front right now, Ryan Gibson, currently sitting 4th in the overall standings. Gibson, a good time trialist. He proved that when he won the time trial a couple days ago. He had a good ride there as he was the winner in his category in the 40-plus. He beat, actually, John Garbo by 29 seconds in that 5.5-mile uphill time trial. So Gibson right now off the front. We're going to be ringing the bell next lap as well for Omnium points. We're going to see actually how strong he is, if he can stay away this lap, and if he can try to stay away one more lap to try to pick up maximum points. First point sprint we had, John Garbo took the win, picking up the maximum 5 points, followed by James Barnwell. And right now, waiting for these riders to be able to come around. Wind picking up, so it's going to prove very challenging. Definitely going to be sections of crosswind, tailwind, headwind. On a 6-corner course, you can imagine they encounter all types of wind conditions.
The baby blue Ford Mustang Cobra flashing through the sirens. Points competition for this hot lap. We are ringing the bell for our top 3 finishers, awarding a 5 and a 3 and a 1 on this hot lap. Points competition. 40 plus and 50 plus out on the road. Looks like Bart Clifford kind of surfing wheels in the back, taking that caboose position. Steve Remy, yeah, looks like Team Monster Steve Remy also in that pack, about mid-pack. Another potential dangerous rider. He is coming off a couple wins this early season already. Steve Remy. Mr. Remy has a massive acceleration. He will show you a clean set of wheels.
Catalina Ferrero, are you around? Catalina Ferrero, are you around? Catalina Fierro from Los Angeles Bicycle Racing Association team. LABRA, Catalina. Is she around? Does anybody know? You're calling her? Okay.
Here we go. This is for the points. Looks Garbo in second position right now, challenging the ice speed rider. Garbo picking up second place. And James Barnwell, who got second in the prior preem, picking up first. So they switch order. Garbo picking up 5 on the first, and now picking up 3. Barnwell picking up 3 on the first, and now picking up 5.
One thing to pay attention to, one of the fastest sprinters in the Masters division is Bart Clifford, sitting in the back there, just kind of tail gunning, just following. It's almost like motor pacing, just riding in a big gear. He doesn't spin very much. He just kind of turns it, just rolls it until it's time to be able to accelerate towards the end. And so he completely missed his time trial start, so he was like way off the back for that. Road race really wasn't his thing. And so now the Criterium, that is his thing. So we're going to see how that goes a little bit later on. In the meantime, Garbo continues to pick up points, increasing his overall lead in our Omnium classification in our Masters 40 plus. Big thank you to Apple Valley Bike Shop, providing their mechanical assistance right here at the race course. If you have any problems, perhaps, you got a problem after you transported your bike, head on over, right over to the pit area. They can help you make sure you got a safe bike, safe conditions to be able to get back there on the road. We want you to have a good race, not be sidelined by a equipment malfunction. And Apple Valley Bike Shop here to be able to service your needs. Big thank you to Jackaroo, your kit, your brand, custom cycling clothing with turnaround in 14 days. Pro design, pro quality for road, mountain bike, tri, and activewear. Riders all together, 2 riders had escaped on the backstretch, had about a 4-second gap, and now there's a big split in the field. A massive group going up the road. This is going to be dangerous. There's about 10 riders looking to be able to move up the road right now. 5-second gap riders. You have about a 5-second gap on the chasers.
And Kateris is in that move. Stage 2 cycling representing 3 riders in that split. This is chaos right now, and it looks like it might get welded, stitched back together. Huge response from the angry, thirsty peloton. If not, it's good night. That is a good mix up the road with Garbo also representing.
That Chris Stevenson just made it across there. He was the one in no man's land, latched on at the very last minute, and they're continuing to push the pace. But you just said it, David. If you're going to bring it back, you need to do it immediately. You cannot let that big of a riders, that big of a group, go up the road. Too many points will be gone. That's the problem there.
Yeah, it looks like turn number 3. It's almost shut down. There was a huge effort by one of the riders in that gray-red jersey, and it looks like he's close enough to close that thing. That was a dangerous moment, almost getting caught out.
Is it open?
The beer garden is almost open, according to Mr. Alfie Sanchez, the foundation. Well, only Alfie can. He's got the keys to the beer garden. It is officially open, as is the food trucks are here. Frankie Andrew had an amazing breakfast burrito there. 3 different corporations representing next to the beer garden. So go get you some and make the mayor proud. We're here at City Hall, and everything is green-lit. This crit is lit, and we're just so proud to be part of this and associated with the city of Victorville, Sunland Ford, and the Majestic Cycling family. That's City Councilman Bob Harriman behind the wheel of our Ford Mustang Cobra. 3 riders now. Espen Contreras mixing it up. Espen Contreras, an animal on the bike, a pacifist off the bike. And these riders, like, you can see those gaps, those chasms, the tension cracks in the peloton. This is a hard man's race with the wind swirling, whipping it up. Even Michael Morrison, all-around good rider, tailing off the back. This is all about riding through the pain, embracing the pain, and blocking the pain.
Riders were ringing the bell. Omnium point sprint. Omnium point sprint. 5, 3, and 1. Omnium point sprint. 3 places. 5, 3, and 1 points. Omnium point sprint as the bell is being rung. Once again, riders, if you're just showing up for your races coming up, we're pretty much on time and on schedule, but check in, mandatory. You must check in if you're racing next. And that would be for our pro women. So pro women, make sure check in at the RV at the registration tent. Pro women check in, and again, we're relatively close to being on time within about 5 minutes. Right now, we're coming down to the last 15 minutes for our Masters 40 plus, 50 plus. Talked about John Garbo being the current leader in your 40 plus, and it's Espen Kateris in our 50 plus race. Garbo, a strong rider earlier this year, won Majestic Criterium. Garbo also been top 5 in the last 5 races, finally getting on the top step of the podium in the road race yesterday. And Kateris coming off a top 8 at the Majestic Criterium, Carson Criterium, Roger Milliken Criterium. So he's been in the top 10s. He's been looking to be able to crack it to get to the top step, and that's where he's sitting right now, racing for S2C Bosch, presented by Primal Cycling Team. Kateris looking to be able to hold on to his overall lead after 2 good days of racing, and trying to plan on a 3rd day as well. Points available. It's going to be 5, 3, and 1 as they're coming up to the line.
And that's a good lead out from an in-cycle. John Garbo taking the 5 points, led out by his teammate in the bright purple kit. John Garbo bringing up some reinforcements from the valley, trying to protect that jersey, the coveted yellow jersey presented by Jack Rue. And it is high vis. You know, Jack Rue does such a tremendous job with apparel. Hustle Brands with the design on that in partnership with Jack Rue. Majestic Cycling is unveiling a yellow jersey, a white jersey, and a green jersey for the sprints competition. Of course, yellow for the general classification, and the white jersey designates youngest rider in the pro field. And I'm hoping that goes to the kid from Costa Mesa, Aiden Wardrop, who's the first non-CS Velo rider yesterday, age 19. Taking 6th place in the stage yesterday, a heroic ride. He was being attacked, knives out, by 5 other CS Velo riders. Aiden Wardrop, former winner at Torrehila, taking 6 alone. Trailing behind him, the group of Sam Boardman, who had a fantastic sprint finish and a 3-up. So when they come through, ladies and gentlemen, looking at 5 laps to go. Big blue skies here in Victorville. The Mojave Desert is shining bright. Clean air here in the valley. Here we go, Victorville. We've got, looks like 3 riders have pinched off with 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go. There's Michael Morrison is in that move with 5 to go. 5 to go. Stephen Core and Morrison in that move. 5 to go. Now see, Go Fast and Cycle is fine with Core being in there. He's sitting 5th in general classification. And Garbo has already loaded the trunk with extra points. It's going to be incumbent on Stage 2 Cyclery to set up Woot Roosh. Otherwise, they're going to be caught without any pocket change, because right now it's set up. N-Cycle doing a tremendous job of using numbers to their advantage. Woot has some good teammates in there as well. We saw Mesa fall on his sword earlier. Ruben Mesa taking 3rd in classification yesterday. Also Team Ice Speed in there. White Mountain Road Club is in there. Creative Blue Monster. We've also got Steve Remy with Monster Cycling. He's a potential winner in this stage with a massive acceleration. Now he's coming out just to stage hunt. He is a stage bandit coming out for stage 3 only. This is an Omnium. Watch out for Remy if this thing goes Grupo Compacto. Word on the backstretch, that break, building on that gap, 15 seconds. If they get into the 20-second zone, that's kind of the Worthington special. I figure if you get 20 seconds, you're good. That's right at that number. The 15, maybe not quite enough this late. Inside of 5 laps to go, but if you can get to 20, you've got a real chance. Remember that the sprint can build up to 40 miles an hour. With this tailwind, we'll see the pros exceeding 40 miles an hour if we get a tailwind. So that can gobble up alone. Just a sprint of that capacity and velocity can bring back any kind of remnants of a breakaway attempt. We shall see. If it's 15, we're going to monitor that gap. Will it build or erode? Starting with a 15-second time gap. Let's check it now. And here they come through right now with 4 laps to go. 4 to go here in the finale. So now about an 18-second time gap as Mesa comes through too. So now it's about a 20-second time gap. Patrick Carroll might be all right with this scenario as he's just going to kind of type out a tempo, keep it in check, but not necessarily wanting to drill it for the stage win. That's an option, but not mandatory. They've got big designs on protecting Garbo. You see, Victorville puts the high in high desert. There's a completely different climate up here. We're at like 3,000, 3,500. Down there, in LA, we're at 0 to 100. So there's a substantial gain in elevation as you go up the Cajon Pass. You climb, but you do not descend as much. So that's the description of the Colorado Plateau, created by subduction zones and transverse ranges pushing up the plateau. So our bottom is at 3,000, 3,500, and it goes all the way up to 12,000. San Jacinto Mountain, about 12,000 feet above mean sea level. San Gabriel stretching to 10, 11, 12, 13,000 above mean sea level. So we're in this giant rain shadow, and we are surrounded by mountains here in a bowl, if you will, in the south section of the Mojave Desert. It is absolutely gorgeous. Blue skies, so scenic here. 3 riders now. Morrison still in there taking a pull.
Riders 3 to go, 3 laps to go, 3 to go. So Ryan Gibson is in there along with Stephen Core. They are in the 40 plus, but Alex Pendleton has snuck in there in the 50 plus. So he's looking to be able to move up in the category, obviously, picking up, trying to get 30 points at the end. Pendleton, if he can stay away, will definitely pick up the #1 spot and be the Criterium winner in the 50 plus as Gibson and Core. Time gap's 20 seconds, 20 seconds. There's more riders trying to be able to go up the road.
I'm not going to overstress that. It's the right in. So just give it done.
The number I read is 321 for that guy.
He's in the break. It's too late. I wouldn't even worry about this one, but in the future, we need to start this.
I'll get it.
Because then you go numerically on the digits. We're working the plastic from DC.
Pro women, there's only 5 people. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Thanks for looking forward to seeing Aaron Worthwine earlier, or yesterday. He had a tremendous sprint, and he's coming up. We call him Aaron Worthwine and Fire. Shining star for you to see. One more shining moment. This is March Madness. 3 riders punching the clock with 2 to go. So that's Michael Morrison, wheel number 3. With 2 laps remaining in our 40-50s, who's it going to be?
Morrison picking up 5 points a little bit earlier.
If we could get you guys to like style the sponsors a little bit more often, that'd be great.
Scott Cochran coming through with 2 laps remaining, everybody. 2 laps to go. John Garbo comfortable, wheel number 2. On his wheel number 3 is Steve Remy with Monster Racing. And, of course, at the point, the man doing the share load of the work, Patrick Carroll with InCycle.
Big thank you to one of our partners, Hustle Brands, located in San Francisco. Develop creative, engaging content, hand-curated designs across all different media platforms. And Sunland Ford, family-owned for 56 years, voted 6 years in a row the best in the desert. New, pre-owned, and service for all your trucks, cars, and SUVs. As we are day number 3 here at the Victorville Stage Race, brought to you by Majestic Cycling. Michael Morrison right now is in the breakaway, the leader in the 50 plus. He's going to take that stage win if they can stay away. Also moving up in those rankings, picking up a 30 points. Ryan Gibson and Stephen Core battling it out, and John Garbo and Woot Roos back in the field are going to have to be very careful. Need to be able to stay in the top 5 in that final field sprint if they want to remain in the top spot in the Omnium competition. So a lot to be played out here in the next couple laps. When they come around, it's going to be bell lap. It's getting ready to be 1 lap to go. Michael Morrison, second earlier this year at both of the Majestic Criteriums, in the February one and the March one. So Morrison on some good form, and again, he's got some good company up in the front there. Two very strong riders that he's riding with. So these guys trying to be able to stay away from the charging field, and they're going to be able to do it because right now, this is Bell Lap. Put your hands together. It's one to go, one to go. One lap to go.
With one to go, 3 riders successfully pinched off. This is the final stage of the Victorville stage race presented by Majestic Cycling.
Talked about in our 40 plus again. John Garbo, Woot Roost, Michael Lisi, they need to be able to finish in the top 3 or 4 in the field sprints. Otherwise, they're going to be too far back and not have enough points to hang on to their overall top standings. It's all coming down to 1 lap to go. The final moment, the final chance, your final lap, Bell Lap, 1 to go, riders, 1 to go.
And there's Patrick Carroll at the front. This is his real estate. Same order. Garbo and Steve Remy. Woot Roos. Will the root be loose? Woot Roos from Stage 2 Cyclery. He is a fixture. Every year he comes out to support bicycle racing at the Tour de Marietta, sponsored by Stage 2 Cyclery. The Woot is loose. He's from the Netherlands, a great rider. He and his brother always come out, and they are special classic riders from the Netherlands with a very, very powerful sprint. Watch for them in the field.
Once again, our pro women, we're on time and on schedule. Pro women up next. Make sure to check in. All riders must check in at the Reg tent. Go over to check in. A big thank you to Davidson Law Firm for sponsoring the Pro Women's Purse and the Jackaroo for the leaders' jerseys. Our Apple Valley Bike Shop doing a great job making sure the wheel pit is well stocked and ready. Any mechanical assistance, all coming from Apple Valley Bike Shop. In the meantime, waiting for the riders to tackle the wind. The wind is definitely picking up. It is getting more and more difficult to get around this race course. Again, tailwind, very, very fast tailwind. That allows somebody to take a flyer out of that last corner and have a good chance of making it all the way down to the line. 300 meters from the last corner all the way to the finish line, as our leaders are moments away from finishing up day number 3 here at the Victorville Crit.
Well, you are right, Frankie. It's going to be very tough sledding to pull back brakes today as the flags start to dance. The wind whipping up. A swirling wind, though, too. We've been monitoring that wind. It's coming from the north, then the south, then the east, and then the west. Right now, here's our 3 riders making the final corner in the 40-50 combined.
Morrison sitting on the back of that white helmet. Then the 2 riders in the darker jersey. That's Gibson and Core. Gibson and Core neck and neck. Gibson and Core. Now look at this. It's a surge from Morrison in the 50-plus. Morrison's trying to take it. And it's a bike throw for Morrison as he takes it.
Michael Morrison fist pumping with the face of exaltation. Very close. Core was coming in on the outside. Looked like Core had it. Pocket picked by Morrison. And here comes the field. Here come the dancers one by one on the final boulevard right here in front of City Hall. Make the mayor proud. Looks like Bart Clifford at the front. Looks like Bart is going to take the field. Steve Remy trailing, and Woot Roos from the Netherlands also in the mix.
It's windy out there. Bart Clifford raising his hands across that line. I don't know if he thinks he won, but he did not. There were 3 riders up the road. Don't pedal. I highly recommend you do not pedal. You're just going to rip your derailleur. Your chain is completely twisted.
Yeah, Freeman, get out, click out.
Don't even pedal. Don't. Hey, I know somebody who can help you. Apple Valley Bike Shop right there. So in the meantime, women, pro women, you're going to be up next again. Course is still closed. We are on time with our pro women. 50 minutes of racing coming up. Make sure to check in. Absolutely mandatory check-in.
Good to see Jamie Robbins, Stage 2 cyclery out of Orange County. He's going to hang on for the entire day, and then tomorrow he's going to go up to Wrightwood and hit the double black diamonds. So he brought his skis and his surfboard. So, y'all, we can go skiing today and then surfing tomorrow. It's all good here in Southern California. No complaints whatsoever. The Pro Men field is going to be packed like the snowpack in Big Bear. We had about 15 feet banks of snow. Can you believe it? I counted 12 atmospheric rivers in Southern California. My goodness gracious. The entire state of California inundated with water. I guess the good news, the silver lining is the aquifers are very happy. And the 49ers are going to be looking good next year, according to Ernie Sanchez. Ernie Sanchez is a friend of the linebacker for the San Francisco 49ers, Mr. Warner, an absolute beast. They both went to school at BYU. So every time I see Ernie Sanchez, I give him the 49er love because I happen to be a lifelong fan of the San Francisco 49ers. Came up a little short. We came up short this year. Didn't have a quarterback. I'm pretty sure we could beat Philadelphia Eagles if the Eagles quarterback was their second string running back. So we're calling up our women Pro 1, 2, 3s. Brock Purdy good. So in a Pro 1, 2, currently sitting fourth, Laurel Rathbun, racing for Los Angeles Bicycle Club. The Rathbun fans are in the house. In third place currently, the Romanian rocket, Georgetta Ungureanu, national champion in Romania. Big fans here at the barricades. And in second place currently, only 6 points in arrears, Priscilla Savord with Incycle Mommies. Lovely Priscilla. Very popular. She's the mayor of the Peloton, but a wicked fast USA national champion on the track. Sporting the Jackaroo Yellow, Colleen Gullick, currently in first place with a 6-point cushion over Priscilla Savord. Georgetta only 5 points behind Priscilla. Laurel Rathman, 4 behind Georgetta. So it's very tight at the front. We've got paper-thin margins between the top 4. And we have opportunities for points competition, so that can mix it up. Also giving away a free entry to the Redlands Criterium, not the stage race, but the Criterium April 16th. Money, 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 money. So the Incycle Mommies now, Pat Caro's squad is, the Purple Haze Kit, the neon purple, one of my favorite colors. But right there in the top 2 is the hot pink kits that the Incycle ladies sport. It is flashy. Stands out, it's cool, and they wear it well. Very well. Photo opportunity. The mayor's going to come out and want to interview the entire women's peloton. One of the reasons why it's a reduced field, it's a women's Pro 1, 2. So I was in error. I'm often in error. Never in doubt. Timer's ready. Racers ready. Here we go. Racing the final stage. Our pro women 1-2. Racing for 50 minutes. Remember, we have the Bang Energy Passe is also in the house in the multicolored tents. Free samples over there. Get your swag on. There's the swag bag. There's the lanyards. The lovely Ashley, the lovely Eunice, and the lovely Zitali taking care of the booth and all your hydration needs. I mean, check out some of these flavors that you crave. Sour heads. The blue ras is really good. It's raspberry flavor. And the cherry blade lemonade is on offer. My favorite, of course. I mean, I like Prince. I like Jimi Hendrix. So, you know, my favorite is the Purple Haze. 0 sugar, 0 calories, 300 mg of caffeine. But there's also for the kids and the kids of all the adults and those that are not really looking for the caffeine, the non-caffeinated hydration drink also available. The hydration sensation brought to you by Bang Energy. Good for the mind and body. Masters 40-50 to the podium, please. You know who you are. Top 3 finishers in the 40-50. Start to navigate, if you will, please, to Podium Plaza. Going to be ringing the bell for the points competition. Ringing the bell for the points competition. 3 deep on this. Awarding 5, 3, and 1. We've weathered the storm. It's been a frigid winter, but now the sun is out bright. It is fascinating, the weather here. It's because you actually have you have some mountain air. It's coming in, so there is a actual chill factor in Victorville. We always think, oh, Victorville, hot as Hades. No. Because of the rain shadow, the mountains, we do get a real chill factor. So cyclists often, they love this because why? It makes them go. You've got to throw a log on the fire. You've got to go fast, got to go hard from the gun to warm those engines up. We certainly saw that yesterday from the gun. CS Velo et al. Going for it on kilometer 0. Certainly makes for intriguing fireworks out there on course. All right, looks like we have some masters reporting to the podium, all 40s and 50s. Call your friends. Tweet your tweeters. Tweet. 40 and 52, the podium, please. Top 3 finishers, please report to the podium. Yeah, there they go. They're listening on cue. Michael Morrison taking that win. And we have some huge John Garbo fans in the house. John Garbo absolutely lit it up, and he brought in his squadron from down south, killing it. There's a cheerleading section right now for the Garbo section, looking brilliant, looking stoked. What a rider, John Garbo. And Patrick Caro definitely will be on the podium. What a finish! Priscilla challenging Colleen Golick. Too close to call. Yeah, John Garbo's definitely going to have full split to his teammate Patrick Caro today, who really took care of him, put him sort of in the driver's seat, established, kind of took the drama out, make sure he got those points early on in the points competition. And then Core doing a great job as well. That really was a team win for John Garbo in the general classification. He'll be taking home the brilliant high vis Jack Rue yellow jersey. It's not every day that you get the podium presentation by none other than Frankie Andrea, 9-time Tour de France competitor and commentator, the Dean of Dearborn.
Who's 332? Number 332, are you around? Let me think about this. This is in the 3rd place in the 50 plus, yeah. Is he around? All right, well, let's start with 40 plus then. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our podium for our Masters 40 plus. 3rd day of racing here at the Victorville stage race, the Criterium. Please welcome to the stage, 3rd place, John Garbo. Garbo taking his spot on the podium. In 2nd place, it's a silver medal ride. This will be to Ryan Gibson. This is for 3rd place for John Garbo, 2nd place for Ryan Gibson, and your winner on the day, breaking away, and your victor, Stephen Core. Stephen riding for Go Fast. 1, 2, and 3. Arms in the air. Your champions on the day for our 40 plus. Moving on to our overall Omnium. 3 days of racing, a time trial, a road race, and a Criterium. In 3rd place, heading back up to the podium, Stephen Core. Stephen jumping up with his win today from 5th place all the way up to 3rd. In 2nd place, Woot Roos.
Roos!
Really? You know he's around.
From the Netherlands, where are you, Woot?
Woot, there you are, Woot. He's trying to stay warm.
Come on, man, you're used to this in Belgium.
Wout Roos finishing up 2nd place overall in our overall standings, and your winner, 3 days of racing. He comes out on top. your champion, John Garbo.
Core, Roos, and Garbo. Congratulations to our top three at the Victorville stage race, presented by Majestic Cycling.
Once again, number 332. Who's 332 in our 50 plus? All right, let me put it this way. Who is third in our 50 plus race? Who is third? Are you 332? All right, hold on. Yeah, they don't have your name. I need your name. Keep all that. What's your name? Please welcome in the 50 plus, Steve Remy in third place. In second place, winning the field sprint, Bart Clifford. And making the breakaway and staying away from everyone, San Diego Bicycle Club, Michael Morrison. Here's your 50 plus podium for Victorville Criterium. Congratulations, Morrison, Clifford, and Remy.
And here's our Women Pro 1-2 coming through.
Moving on to our overall 3 days of racing for our Omnium classification. Michael Morrison stay up there, third place overall. Jumping from 11th place all the way to the podium in the Omnium standings, Morrison's win puts him in third. In second place, Ruben Meza. No medal. Ruben Meza in second, and Ruben, you're second. Ruben, you're second. No medal. And your winner, number one, please welcome, the top step is all his, Espen Ketteras.
Espen Kaderis, your champion in the general classification here at Victorville. Kateris, an animal on the bike, a pacifist off. Morrison, Meza, and Kateris, congratulations!
Here's our pro women getting ready, starting to be able to break it up. Look at them. They're attacking each other. Two riders going up the road. Look at that gap. It is full on. High-speed racing, trying to be able to go across. Ruben, do you have a question?
That was Laurel Rathman at the front, setting the pace. Alabama, Arkansas, I sure love my ma and pa. We love you all, Victorville. And this is the playlist with twang. Got Frankie Andrea doing the do-si-do out here on the boulevard.
Looking over her shoulder, Omnium Point Sprint's available. It's going to be a tough sprint. Oh, we're ringing the bell now for Omnium Sprints. Next lap, points, 5, 3, and 1. Next lap, 5, 3, and 1. That bell is Omnium Points, Omnium Points.
And look at the podium plaza. That is a beautiful sight. Stage 2 cycle. We're doing the whole team thing up there. And yeah, let's capture that moment. We've got a man from the Netherlands. We got Esmond Kateris, all the riders, and even the Bang girls. They're welcome too on the flanks. Bang Energy, get in there. It's all about color, and that is a social media opportunity. We love it. We've got a rider from the Netherlands. We've got the Great Dane up there with Team Mexico national rider Meza. It's a kaleidoscope. It's unity. It's about diversity, and it's a beautiful thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, Stage 2 cycle, they're going to be hosting the Tour de Murrieta next week. And that's really, what a great shot. Send 2 to your mothers. And Ernie Sanchez, El Capitan, he's very proud. And remember, we can see Ernie next week and the entire Stage 2 crew at Tour de Murrieta. A lot of people don't realize Stage 2 cycle are named because the Tour of California started a stage in Murrieta, California. So the Sanchez team's like, hey, why not? Here's an idea. Light bulb. Stage 2 cyclery out of Murrieta, California. I believe TJ Vannegarden won that stage. He got second in Stage 2, actually, but he won the general classification. TJ Vanguard at the Tour of California, which launched in the beautiful city of Marietta, California. And that stage finished on the tram in Palm Springs from Marietta. You talk about a classic. All right, here we go. A big sprint out on course. Looks like Mommy's in cycle, taking the points. Priscilla Savard, smoking hot. Competition, back-to-back jack. Here we go once again for 3D points competition preem. Points competition on the line. Priscilla Savoy coming through. Colin Gullick, wheel number 3. Colin Gullick, a national champion on the track.
Walking around, perhaps it's lunchtime, you know. Riders are getting ready to be able to get ready for their race, and everybody else getting ready for something to eat and drink. Daddy's Best Froyo right there in our food court. Go over there and get some froyo, some smoothies, some churros. Also, where I had my breakfast burrito this morning, Hawkins Burgers on Wheels. They're in the back there. And you know what? Some extraordinary ingredients for an extraordinary meal. You can find out more about helping make dinner simple and healthy with Epicure. Big thank you to Muckoff, a longtime supporter of the Victorville stage race. Started off in 1994 with bicycle care, motorcycle care, auto care using biodegradable and eco-friendly cleaners, including state-of-the-art precision lubricants.
And here we go. Look at this sprint. Post haste, presto, and pronto. PDQ coming in pretty damn quick. There goes the Cobra, full throttle. Gulick and Savord once again. This is like a match track sprint race. I love it. My goodness, they're going for it as the Romanian rocket in a spot of bother having to get back on terms. 2 and 2 right now. There's a split in the field. Colleen Gulick taking first. Savord this time second. Big shout out to the Rotary Club of Victorville, hosting the beer garden. Thumbs up. We love all you do, Victorville. It is one more example of one more shining moment here in Victorville. Thumbs up. We see you. We salute you. I got a 6-pack of Worthy that I brought in from Bend, Oregon. I'm going to bring that over.
That wind playing a little bit of havoc. We had 2 almost back-to-back Omnium sprints, so they're trying to recover, trying to be able to catch their breath. Colleen Gulick hanging on to her lead, a fantastic sprint. She knows every point is valuable, and she's doing a great job. The 2 riders in the pink, obviously not on her team, trying to be able to gang up, trying to unseat her from that top position. Gulick, a very fast sprinter, previous national track national champion. Got to be able to watch out for her. Coming off a win earlier this year at Carson Criterium. Also, she goes second at Dominguez Hills. Laura Rathburn, former professional as well a couple years ago, has now graduated from school, working in accounting, just riding about 6 hours a week, doing this a little bit more for fun, but still very, very competitive. And actually, in the top, at the last 6 races in California, all of those early season races, she's been in the top 5 every single time.
Well, that's right, Frankie. And Colleen Gulick on the current U.S. national squad on the track, which is a really big deal to be selected, named on a U.S. national team. Sam Boardman was on the U.S. national road team, last year? And, you know, it's such an honor to represent. Now we got juniors like Luke Fetzer, Alejandro Shea. Who else? I'm forgot. Eddie Huntsman. They also are representing U.S. national teams. Eddie Huntsman on the track, and Luke Fetzer and Alejandro Shea on the road. They're racing a little race called the Junior Paris-Roubaix here, I believe in a week or two. They've already left. Otherwise, they would be here racing today. They support Majestic Cycling. They are well committed to supporting the Sanchez family, but currently in Europe. Be interesting to follow their trajectory.
Friendly reminder, the beer garden is open. Head on over and get yourself something to drink. The beer garden. Our friends at the Rotary Club of Victorville, Ultra Budweiser, Bud Light. And you know what? If you have any problems at your house, you know, you don't want to have a plumbing problem. Water can create all sorts. You want to fix it right away. And the guys that fix it right, that's Rescue Plumbers Incorporated. They know how to do it right. So turn to them for all of your plumbing needs as we continue with our Victorville Criterium. It's the third day of racing. Remember, we started off with a time trial. Then we had a road race. Some of these riders riding 54 to 88 miles yesterday, and they are back here performing at the very top level.
All right, Victorville, we are taking it to the streets. Going to be ringing the bell for the points competition. I believe this will be the third and final opportunity to grab some points. Here in our Women Pro 1, ringing the bell for a points competition. 3 deep on the points. Go get it. 5 3-1 points competition right here on this hot lap for the points. Ha! Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves a respite from the frigid winters, the cold winters, but we've had a lot of rain. So we are so blessed to have blue skies here. Hope springs eternal, and the bike gods have blessed us with a window. It is wonderful here in Victorville, a break from the powerful wet storms. And right now the birds are chirping, and the poppies in full bloom. For Frank and Andrea, for the Sanchez family, we welcome everybody to Majestic Cycling here at the Victorville Stage Race.
Points on the line once again. That's a battle just going back and forth. .298 and .296. Colleen Gulick picking up first place once again. That'll be another 5 points for her, bringing her up to 85. Priscilla Savord picking up 3, which will put her to 79 points. So a big battle going on between Gulick, Savord. Laurel Rathburn is in there as well. They just came through last lap block over there. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just hang out.
Our top 8 in the 40-50, please pick up prize, cash, and money at the registration area. Go say hello to Santa Claus, Catherine Sanchez. Hey, I just got some intel from Julian Wong, who's racing the Pro 1 today, later on this afternoon. We have American Henry Neff finishing the top 10 at the Ghent Welvegen over in Belgium. In the cobblestones and the wind and the rain, 9th place by the young man from Washington, D.C. Talking about Henry Neff racing for the U.S. national team, representing very well, top 10. I mean, the other Americans were not able to finish, but he got 9th. That was today or yesterday, however you want to look at it. It was in Belgium at the Ghent Welvegen. And we're looking at 3 laps remaining, 3 to go in our women's Pro 1.
So up after our Pro Women is going to be our kids race, scheduled for 12:30 p.m., and we're on time and on schedule. Our kids race coming up. I'm not sure what they're doing. Perhaps maybe riding around one lap. I think that would be good as long as they're not too tiny. We'll have a lead rider for them and a sweeper or a sag rider for them also. There's Rescue Plumbers, the guys that fix it right. Obviously, if you have any kind of problems, you know who to call. Everything is possible for anyone who believes with Rescue Plumbers. And after the kids race, the Pro Men, 75 minutes of racing coming up at 12:50. Pro Men, if you're in the area, you must check in. Mandatory. Check in before you come out for your race. And again, after this race, course will be closed. Course will be closed as our kids race is going to be coming up next. And of course, for our Pro Men, love to be able to have a volunteer to be able to ride in front of them and ride behind them and maybe even ride with them. Lots of cycling going on. It's day number 3 here at Victorville Stage Race, presented by Sunland Ford. And a big thank you to Hustle Brands, Davidson Bike Law, Jack Rue, and Realty Masters. He's got to talk to you. Turn around.
Catherine Gunter, you have been selected for a free entry to the Redlands Classic Criterium April 19th. Pick up your free entry. There you go. I love it. Hugs to Catherine Gunter. You are picking up a free entry for the Redlands Classic Criterium.
Riders 2 laps to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Laura Rathburn on the front driving it. Colleen Golick sitting on her wheel. 2 laps to go. Priscilla Savord in that pink jersey sitting on just behind. Again, this final sprint is going to decide it all because right now there is only a 6-point difference. They've gone back and forth during the Omnium point sprints. Gulick winning some and then Savord winning some. And right now, 6 points is all that separates them for the Victorville Omnium winner.
And sitting wheel number 3 is Georgeta Ungureanu, the Romanian rocket. And she is no stranger to the podium with multiple wins, including the national title in Romania. Georgeta looking good.
Yeah, Georgetta winning the time trial earlier or a couple days ago. So definitely strengthen those legs as she's going to look to try to be able to continue to be able to move up those standings. A little bit earlier, besides winning the time trial, she won one of the very early March Majestic Criteriums as well. She's out of that running. She's going to make top 3 in the podium for our overall. She's not really worried about the state, about the overall. Maybe she's focusing a little bit more on trying to be able to win the day. And so Georgetta Ngurnio going to have a tough challenge, though, trying to be able to outsprint Savor and Gulick. So next lap, we're going to have our mayor. Big welcome, Deborah Jones, our mayor from here in Victorville. Thank you very much for coming out. She's going to be our official bell ringer as the mayor of Victorville, getting ready with 1 lap to go for our pro women. She'll also be coming back up on stage to be able to kick off and start for our pro men coming up a little bit later on. Again, that's at 12:50 p.m. We are on time and on schedule. Pro men, you must check in at the RV and our reg tent, please. Big thank you to Hustle Brands, located in San Francisco. Develop creative, engaging content, hand-curated designs across all different media platforms. And Jack Roo, supplier of our leaders jerseys. Your kit, your brand, custom cycling clothing with turnaround in 14 days. A pro design, a pro quality for road, mountain, tri, and activewear.
So cool to have the mayor here. You know, the infrastructure program here, the youth programs that are expanding. Measure P doing a wonderful job. The city is shining, and we are so proud to be here and to be associated with Victorville because this has been, we feel like the red carpet has rolled out, and it's basically no resistance to the racing going on here. A clear path to victory because you can't spell victory or you can't spell Victorville, right? Without Victor, without V. And 2 V's in Victorville. It's been nothing but wins. It's been shiny moment after shiny moment. March Madness is alive in Victorville. We are so happy to be here, and thank you so much. And here comes, we're going to be ringing the bell. The blue Cobra from Ford Sunland has come through. Frankie, Andrea, what are we going to say? We're going to say, with 1 lap to go, with 1 lap to go, 1 to go. Ring that bell, Mayor. Let's hear the bell. Woo! Absolutely cool.
Riders 1 lap to go. It's the final lap. They know well and aware what that bell means. Look at them spread out across the road. Nobody wants to be able to take the front. It is still tailwind on this home stretch. Going into the final turn, it's a very long and that's the fastest section of the course. So right now, nobody wants to be in the front as they get ready to tackle the backside of this race course. 6 points difference, right? So that could be that. That's not. It's going to come down to that final sprint. Again, very close. 30, 29, 28, 27 points. That's what separates. That's how it lays out from first place all the way down to 20th place. So right now, 4 riders in that front group with only 4 riders trying to be able to figure it out. Not enough places in there to separate the points enough for Colleen Gulick to be able to leave. She could still place 4th and be able to hang on to her lead. It was the mid-race points that turned out to be the most important, and Gulick ended up being able to take 2 seconds and a first to be able to give her that 6-point pad. Again, 30 for first, 29 for second, 28 points for third, and so on down the line. So now it comes down to bragging rights. Obviously, Gulick, I believe, is going to be crowned the overall Omnium classification winner at the end of the day. But who can win day number 3, the Criterium here in Victorville? After 2 hard days of racing, who still has the legs to be able to show up and put in a great sprint?
Well, what we've looked at, it's almost like a track event. And all the sprints have been thrilling and exciting. It's like as if these riders are in a breakaway, right? And they have been going for the points. All the point competition sprints have been really contested. Usually Savard and Gulick battling. In fact, it's been a bit of a seesaw battle back and forth between those 2 riders. Certainly, they've got this 200-meter sprint dialed. It's going to be a gallop. Steady as she goes when they come through. This should be fun. Also, we're going to do the kids race, and after that, the pro men 1. And that is going to be a serious dogfight to be hotly contested. Cia Zavello loading all the weapons in the tube right now. Watch out. We're kind of rooting for Aiden Wardrop to hang on. It's currently in 6th place in the pro men classification. And here's the Mustang Cobra making the final corner of the final stage here in Victorville, California for our pro women 1. And here they come right now. Blasting through. It's going to be a blistering stampede to the finish. 4 riders contesting. Who's it going to be? Looks like Gulick in the yellow Jackaroo. It looks like Savard. It looks like Georgetta also making a run. Will it be Georgetta? It looks like, boom, Colleen Gulick in first place, taking it. Unofficial, Priscilla Savard second, and Georgetta Ungarianu third. Well, there's an expression that fortune favors the brave. I see some brave lads here dialing it in for the kids race. This is one of Alfie Sanchez's favorite times.
All right, we're going to be able to do a full lap here. Line up here, guys. I got my lead riders and my stag riders as well. You guys take your time, head on over there. You guys are going to fly. You guys are going to have a great time.
Get a little argy-bargy already in the kids' race. Look at the calm ferocity.
All right, guys, what's your name? ¿Cómo se llama? Andrevo, high five. Jordan, high five. Ruben, high five. You guys ready to go for a bike ride? All right, we're going to do one lap, okay? One whole lap. One tour, uno tour, okay. We got a guy right in the back. We're going to have somebody in the front. Go, you get out of the way. Get out of the way, get out of the way, guys. Get out of the way. You see those guys in front there? Do you see those guys? Go get them. Go. Chase them down. Go get those guys. Those are your pros. That's who you want to be able to catch. The pros are on notice.
That's right. There's Ruben Mesa. Look at him. Mesa's going to have to click down. He's getting dropped. Mesa's in trouble. Daddy Mesa's coming off. He's fried, died, and laid to the side. His son is riding away. So any escorts, please join into the course. And, yeah, the mamacitas and the papacitas, the aunts and the uncles, you can escort those young lads ripping through the boulevard on that tailwind section. Women Pro 1 to the podium area. Frankie Andrea is ready with the microphone, and it's great to have him lend his voice. A 9-time Tour de France competitor and commentator, and also an Olympian representing USA at Atlanta in the Summer Games in 1996. Frankie Andrea, 9 times in the Tour de France, so that's pretty cool. You can take a photograph with him and with the backdrop, the podium there. It'd be great to have the mayor and city council and the entire staff and the Rotary Club and the PD and the fire department, everybody coming out to support the bicycle racing. Get the photo op, and that banner pays for itself. If you want to get on that banner next year, ladies and gentlemen, give your business card or contact to the Sanchez family. Talking about Majestic Cycling. For for a few shekels, you can be on the banner, and that's a pretty cool opportunity. Getting exposure, connecting your businesses to good health and camaraderie and unity in the community.
Once again, pro women to the line. Pro women to the podium. It's podium time. You already raced, and so now it's time to be able to come around. They might still be actually on their cool-down lap now that I think about it. So waiting for our pro women to come around. Then we're going to bring them up to have our overall and award our prizes for the race day. In the meantime, the kids are out on course. They're trying to chase down the professionals. They are doing one lap. It's 1.2 miles around, 6 corners, 3 youngsters coming out here, challenging themselves and trying to be able to make their way towards the finish.
Good to see Rex Roberts eastbound and down, doing his warm-up. Always good to see Rex. What a cool dude. Just enjoy hanging out with that man. His teammates out here. You really can't sense the tailwind, can you not, in this finish? So we're going to be looking at, I don't know, maybe 44 miles an hour in the sprint when the pro men line it up and go full tilt. Yeah, it's not even a crosswind now, although, if you're not enjoying the wind direction, stick around for about 5 seconds. It may swirl. It's so cool to be here. There's an expression, you can't have the rainbow without the rain. Well, we've had the rain, and we've weathered the storm. Councilman Harriman is like, this isn't windy. This is a calm day in Victorville. But what's so cool about Victorville, I have a whole new love for this city because there's so much clean blue skies. It's so scenic here. You're surrounded by mountains. As it turns out, I'm learning the definition of rain shadow. We're in a rain shadow. What does it mean? Well, we're in a bowl. We're in an amphitheater of gigantic mountains in the high desert. So even the lowland is at 3,000 plus, surrounded by the San Gabriels and San Gorgonios. So we've got San Jacinto towering at 12,000 feet above mean sea level. I remember training Mount Onyx Summit, the asphalt, 8,400. Those peaks towering up to 12,000. There's Big Bear. You can see Wrightwood from here. Some of us are going to be doing the Black Diamonds tomorrow. If you brought your skis, you can go to Big Bear, Wrightwood, Mount Summit, hit the slopes tomorrow morning, and then go surfing down to Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, whatever it takes. Get your surf on. It's Southern California. Eat your heart out. Our top 3 finishers in the stage and Omnium, please report to the podium. Oh my goodness, these kids are really fired up. Yeah, they're making the corner already in a personal record time with staying vigilant and healthy and keeping it clean. Look at these young riders riding like their hair's on fire. We're going to be having a test for Captain Crunch and Pop-Tarts and Frosted Flakes. I think is that a Mesa kid? Yeah. Daddy has been detached, unhitched, unable to maintain the slipstream of young, I don't know if that's Agabo, Jordan, or Ruben. Looks like Ruben Mesa. Young Ruben, you have done it! Face of exaltation. Jordan, Michael Jordan from downtown, the GOAT of child racing, the kid from I believe Marietta, California. I'm going with it. Jordan representing Stage 2 cyclery. March Madness. It is absolute mayhem here in Victorville. Speaking of March Madness, Ima Ensek was a 17 seed after getting 17th in stage 1 here. Then he moved up to the grade 8 yesterday, Final 4, by going from 17th and winning and grabbing all those points yesterday in our category 2-3. Ima Ensek now in the Final 4. Chasing one shiny moment. Watch out for Ima Ensek racing for methods to winning. Brother Ima Ensek, your current collegiate national champ and also elite road race national champ, also racing today in the Pro 1s with CS Velo formerly. Oh my goodness, we got a rider off the front. Fiercely focused. That's 5-1-2. That could be Agabo. And look at this little baby Matt Cavendish winding it up. That is the face of ferocity crossing the line. Give that young man a contract. Baby blue Ford Mustang coming through.
Pro Man course is open. You're welcome to be able to ride around. Just be careful of traffic, right? Be careful. Open course, open roads. Be careful. But course is open. In the meantime, I'm looking for my women, pro women, to our podium. Pro women to the podium.
So on schedule would be the Pro Men Elite 1250 on the schedule, plowing ahead.
Paging Colleen Gulick. Paging Colleen Gulick. Your party is waiting at the podium.
Pro Men racing for 75 minutes. Getting cozy over there, Frankie Andrea, 9-time Tour de France competitor and commentator. Don't forget to get that shot with the podium backdrop, you guys. I don't know. Just an idea.
In Victorville. Where is Colleen? Once again, Colleen Gulick, come on over to the podium area. Everybody's waiting for you. All right, next time. Hey guys, it's our kids champions. Arms up in the air. There you go. Number 1.
Hang on and keep that position,
Hold
please.
on,
We
guys,
got a
stay
photo.
up there. Alfie's coming over now.
Well, city council's coming over. Make a room for the mayor, but the kids stay there. You kids stay there, please.
Absolutely, come on up. Everybody's invited. Mayor, come on up.
It's a party
Mayor, I
on the
gotta hug you up,
podium.
though. Give me your hand, because we don't have any stairs here.
Be careful. Bob Harriman in 4th place. The mayor, of course, top step, and she's gratuitously going to hang out on the flank. That is a great shot. Standing by, waiting for the mayor. She's going to make sure the labels are out. She's so pro. She gets it. Hold that position. That is a great photo moment right there. Posting up for the website on a beautiful day. We have weathered the storm, and we are so happy to be here. City of Victorville shining brightly.
Congratulations to our kids. Awesome job. High fives and a round of applause to everybody. Thanks for coming on out and having a great time. Bang Energy Drink passing out stickers. Glad to have their support here at the Victorville stage race. Now moving on to our pro women. Nice job. So on the day, I'd like to be able to bring up for the Criterium in 3rd place, Georgetta Ngurino. Ungaranu on the third step of the podium. It's a medal around her neck. In second place, it's a silver medal ride. Please welcome Priscilla Savord from the InCycle team. And your winner on the day, a sprint that no one could match. She has the turbos, the courageous Colleen Gulick. As Colleen takes her place on the top step of the podium, it's 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations, our pro women.
What a beautiful podium it is indeed. In third place, Georgeta Ungarianu, the Romanian rocket. And in second place, Priscilla Savord, Popcorn Savord, racing for InCycle Mommies. And top step today, your U.S. national team selection rider with a ferocious sprint, with tenacity and exuberance, Colleen Gulick. Congratulations, our top three being bracketed by City Council member Mr. Herman and the Mayor. Mayor Deborah Jones. Job well done.
Moving on to our overall standings. Yeah. You're third. Moving on to our overall standings after 3 days of racing. Georgeta remains in third place in our overall. Priscilla in second place. And your overall Omnium champ, the most points, 3 days of racing, a time trial, a road race, and a crit. Please give a round of applause to Colleen Gulick.
Worthington and his confetti cannons. That guy can't get enough. Oh, and by the way, Aiden Wardrop races for SoCalCycling.com. Frank Cerati has picked up a great rider.
Riders to the line, riders to the line. We're looking for our pro men to the line. Coming up, we're about 5 minutes out to our start. Like to be able to call up to our staging area where Alfie Sanchez, your event promoter and director, is standing as we get ready to kick things underway. Day number 3 of the Victorville stage race, presented by Sunland Ford. Sunland Ford, family owned for 56 years, voted 6 years in a row the best in the desert. New, pre-owned, and service for all your trucks, cars, and SUVs. Up, down. Riders, we know you guys have a lot of choices for any different races you can go. How about a big round of applause for Alfie Sanchez putting on 3 days of racing here in Victorville. A ton of work to be able to organize all of this. I'd like to turn it over to the mayor of Victorville, Deborah Jones, to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is this not a glorious day in Victorville? Woo!
Yeah.
The air is crisp, the skies are blue, but you know what? Right here, right now, we are the shining light in the high desert. We're about to have the men's pro race. Right. And let me tell you, let me just say, Alfie, thank you to you and everyone at Majestic Cycling for organizing this great stage race and event. This is great this year. It's going to be better and better every year to come. Am I right? Am I right? Yeah. All right. So we are so happy to be the host location for this event. And listen, if cycling is not already a love for you, I think we're going to kick it up a bit today and kickstart that love in our hearts for cycling. This is not for the weak. This is not for the, you know, the elderly like me a little bit. But it is a great day. You have done amazing things. We're so glad, so proud to have you here in our fine city of Victorville. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank the city of Victorville for opening up their doors and thank the mayor and the city council to see what we are going to do. And like she said, we are going to build this. We are going to make this a 3-day, and we're going to continue. And we do appreciate all the teams that did come out. We are definitely looking forward to seeing in the future 100 to 150 riders up here in the beautiful high desert. And the positive is, talking to the city, they are in. They are 100% in to make this event happen. So thank you guys for being out here, posting. We're going to make this a big event. And thanks again. I take off my hat to the mayor for allowing us to do this, and it's big. So again, thank you.
And to my colleague, council member Bob Harriman, wherever he is. Bob Harriman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pass it over back to Mr. Frankie.
Moving on to my co-announcer, Dave, as he gets ready to do some call-ups for some key members in our overall Omnium standings after 2 days of racing.
Great to have Frankie Andrea here, 9-time Tour de France competitor and commentator, to lend his voice and vast knowledge. We're going to go ahead and call up our top 7. There are so many notable riders. And again, a big tip of the hat to the mayor and the city councilman. Bob Herman was there yesterday all day long because he was instantly in love with the sport of cycling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have found break in the storm. We have weathered the storm. It is a beautiful, gorgeous day here in Southern California in population 135,000 Victorville right here. So back to the action. Currently on 7th place, racing for Legions of Los Angeles. He won the time trial with panache and emotion. Sam the Bam, chairman of the board man. And one of our favorite riders. The little Goliath can take on David. I'm talking about Aiden Wardrop, racing for SoCalCycling.com. The Costa Mesa kid. He's your first place in the overall right now. That's not CS Velo. CS Velo on a sweep. We're going to need a bigger broom, ladies and gentlemen, taking the top 1 through 1 through 5. In 5th place currently, Drake Dwell. And in 4th place, also with CS Velo, Joshua Lebo. And in 3rd place with CS Velo, out of Philadelphia. The team is doing a Philly thing out here. Talking about William Gleason. And this man from Lincoln, Nebraska with over 25 wins, including a little 200-mile jaunt called the Lotoja. A race from Logan, Utah to Jackson, Wyoming. Talking about John Borselman. Also with CS Velo, like I said, we're going to need a bigger broom. These guys swept it like beard clippings on a barber salon in Portland, Oregon. Your leader right now in the yellow jersey, the motor, Alan Schroeder. CS Velo taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, followed by Aiden Wardrop and Sam Boardman. Let's bring the rest of the field up to the line.
Riders, right now, if I could have your attention from final instructions for your race.
The birds are chirping and the poppies are in full bloom. For Alfie Sanchez and the entire Majestic Cycling family, welcome to Victorville. Shortly going to hand it over to final instructions. Chief Official Stevie B. We are expecting some turbulence, so all personal items in the overhead bin, seats and trays in the upright position, fasten your seatbelts.
Gentlemen, 75 minutes. 75 minutes. You'll have 4 Omnium sprints, just like yesterday here at Bell, and they'll be scattered throughout your 75 minutes. There'll be sprint points at the line only. We are having to do something different today, and that is because of cars getting on the course. And we can't protect everybody and make sure that you'll all be safe. We're going to have a racing envelope. It's going to be a rolling closure. You'll have a lead car, a lead motor, and a follow motor. If you fall behind the follow motor, you're out of the race. We've got to keep everybody together and safe. We've had cars out here. We can't control all of them. We're doing our best. So we've done it on every race. We've been successful. We want to make sure that everybody is safe, and that's what we've decided to do. So again, you can either police yourself like you guys always do anyway, or if you come through and you're behind the motor, I will pull it, right? Hate to do it, but we had to do it because it's safe. You guys, any questions? We'll show lap cards 5 to go. You know the rules on getting to the pit. Just don't ride backwards. Any other way you want to get here, that's fine. Any questions by anybody? 5 to go. All right. When you guys see cards, 3 laps are done. Judges ready?
Riders, also, once your race is over, we will do your podium. 3 laps over, the 5 laps to go. The pit is just beyond our finish line on the right-hand side. You're going to go on the ref's whistle. Going to count you down as our pro men are about to get underway in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. 75 minutes of racing. It's day number 3, the Criterium, here for the Victorville stage race.
That's right. Timers ready. Riders ready indeed. Start them up already. This crit is lit. Turn number 1, and we already have full gas, full stick. Hang on to your hat. This is going to be electric.
Yeah, we're gonna do it right away. Go ahead, start ringing that bell. That bell means points, 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 Omnium points. Omnium points next lap. 5, 3, and 1. Omnium points available. We're awarding them right away. 5, 3, and 1 Omnium points. Pack all together is trying to be able to string it out. Speeds are going 30 miles per hour as they come through our start-finish line, completing lap number 1. CS Velo all over the front. CS Velo Combined Strength. That's what it stands for, Combined Strength, as they are riding for different fundraising causes, all relating to cancer diseases, removing and eliminating cancer diseases. CS Velo, a cause. Very strong team here with about 10 riders coming at the end of their training camp that they had in Redlands and decided to be able to come out here in Victorville for the 3-day race. Dominating yesterday in the road race, looking to be able to dominate today in the Criterium as well. How fast are these guys doing the lap? Oh, big thank you to Sunland Ford. Look at that beautiful Mustang in a beautiful color blue. It matches the sky here in Victorville. Always sunny here in Victorville. We talked about all the movies that are filmed out here as they are getting ready to take off. Here's our leaders right now. They're coming in for the point sprint again. 3 places deep, 5, 3, and 1. CS Velo on the front looks like. Oh, they got 4. Wow, look at that. He's paying attention to the young rider, the 20-year-old, trying to be able to get on the back of that. It's a 4-man train going up the road right now. So coming through, picking up 5 points, that was Drake Duel. Coming in second place was Alan Schroeder. And in third place with the CS Velo wrap for the placings in the Omnium points, Ama Insect. Ama Insect, previous national champion, collegiate national champion, and amateur road national champion. Yesterday, he was able to wear that Stars and Stripes jersey. It was great to be able to see him that because it was a road race. Today is a Criterium, and obviously, different rider is your amateur Criterium national champion. So picking up some points and moving up the rankings, that'll move him up into 30 points for Drake Duel, who is 7th overall. That now moves him just up 1 spot. No, it moves up 1 spot to, moves up 2 spots to 4th place. So Drake Duel moving up into 4th place overall in the standings. There's 4 points, or 4 sprints available throughout the day, and we have just done the first one. So our pro men in the time trial, Sam Boardman won over Will Cooper, and it was hand-timed, and it was 8/10ths of a second difference. 8/10ths of a second difference as Boardman took the first yellow jersey. CS Velo continuing to be able to push the pace, tagging onto the back of them. That's David Domanowski. David Domanowski, a very, very good track rider. Used to be a downhill race skier and now has turned to doing the track and the team pursuit specifically, and he's been able to latch onto the back of the 2 CS Velo riders. A lot of riders coming out of that bubble being pulled out immediately as John Garbo, who had an incredible ride earlier, decided to double up. He raced earlier today, and he's racing again in the pro race as the speeds right now, 30 miles an hour, as they're flying around this 1.26-mile circuit.
Unbelievable, Frankie. It's really stretching out.
Hold on, I got to rephrase that. 1.2-mile, 6-corner circuit. I said 6-mile circuit.
6 corners indeed, and this young man from Hungary did a great job. He's from Budapest. We'll have a word with him later on, perhaps. Pretty cool to have some riders from Hungary in the race. This thing, there's attrition already. Strung out, stretched out. When you see the chasms in the break like that, it just tells you that they are under serious difficulty early on, just by the shape and the size of the peloton. Stretched out like a poet in Amsterdam. Stretched out and strung out like Ben Franklin's kite in an electric storm.
Got Blake Bailey, a 19-year-old from SoCal Cycling Team in this race. Also another 19, Evan Larson from Team California. One of the youngest riders in this race is Zion Wang. Young, 16 years old, going to turn 17 in just a little bit. He's riding for Kelly Benefits, coming off a 6th overall at the Valley of the Sun race. And also previously he was 6th place at the Junior Nationals road race. So mixing it up with the Pro 1-2, he can hang tough, and we're going to see CS Velo continue to attack, and who can respond to that as they dominated yesterday, picking the top 5 positions in the road race. Once again, 75 minutes of racing, and now the break is starting to form. I'm going to try to be able to get those numbers for you, but obviously 2 CS Velo riders. No, 4 CS Velo and Sam Boardman. 3 CS Velos and Sam Boardman. So Sam Boardman has made it into the break with 3 CS Velo riders and David Domanowski. And look, one rider trying to be able to go across. What an incredible move. I missed that number. We'll catch that next lap.
And how about Boardman latching onto that move? He got piled on yesterday, but still was able to muster out a very good sprint for the top 10 yesterday at stage 2 at the Southern Logistics Airport, about 5 miles to the northwest of here. An epic ride yesterday by Boardman, but outnumbered. Not sure where his lieutenants are. Let's watch out for Wardrop, too, racing for SoCalCycling.com. He is the other guy on the outside looking in. CS Velo absolutely throwing it down. And Alan Schroeder in the Jack Rue jersey right now. Team out of Philadelphia really stacking the field here.
So that one rider trying to be able to bridge across the gap that I didn't identify right away in that black jersey, that was Chris Hildreth trying to be able to go across. So that was a big move. He realizes the danger there as Hildreth coming off a huge win, beating the Legion of Los Angeles, Corey Williams at one of the CBR races last weekend. In the meantime, I know for sure John Borselman is in that front group along with Will Cooper. Going to try to get the rest of those numbers in just a little bit. But the big question is what kind of reaction comes from the field, and can Hildreth get across? If not, let me say, if Hildreth does not get across, does Team 6 Project have the horsepower to be able to chase those guys down?
Team 6, a team out of Redlands, named because the founder was down to $6, and now he's actually started. He's an entrepreneur who started companies in social media, and he's doing very well. Team 6, Cooper in the mix. It's going to be a tough road to hoe, though. It is tough sledding out there. I mean, look at the gaps opening up. Every corner more trickier than the last. It is dodgy out here in Victorville, but we're starting to see a little bit of consolidation as the elite rise, and there's Boardman, wheel number 2. And Borselman at the point. They're going to make Hildreth do the work right here as he is being floated and trailed by 2 CS Velo riders.
They're taking him straight off the back, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. We talked about the movie Wall Street. Well, sometimes greed is good. CS Velo is stacking it right now. And there's that kid from Hungary at the front right now out of Budapest, the rider from MRCC.
Leading him through there in that yellow jersey, that's Evan Larson from Team California. Great being able to see that. The young 19-year-old not waiting around, trying to be able to catch back up to those leaders. So great being able to see him doing a good ride. Sam Boardman, a good time trial, has taken a win at the Joe Martin Time Trial, Joe Martin Classic, and that won the time trial last year in 2022. Has up there along with, so some of those riders up there is John Borselman is in that group. Talked about Boardman being in that group. Also is Aaron. No, that's not right. That's the different guy. I'm going to have to redo that. Hildreth is being taken off the back. We had mentioned that. And he's with Will Gleason and Will Cooper. So the question is, will Cooper or Gleason jump him and try to be able to get up there and leave Hildreth in no man's land?
And don't discount Alma Ensek in the field. He's your current collegiate U.S. national champion racing for Milligan out of Tennessee. Also your elite U.S. road champion, Alma Ensek, formerly with Best Buddies, currently racing for CS Velo. They are loaded. They've got that tube well loaded.
Well, if you were to take a look at the riders in that first group and those that know how to win and become victorious, David Domanowski definitely has the edge on that. 8 wins in 2022, where the rest of the riders might have 2 or 3 wins. Granted, some of those might be bigger wins, but Domanowski knows how to be able to get into a winning move and knows how to finish it off. Lots of racing still to go. I mean, we started this race at 11:30. Excuse me, we started this race at 12:50. We're only 20 minutes into a 75-minute race. As Boardman now is driving it, trying to be able to take up the road with John Borselman. They're trying to be able to put Domanowski in a little bit of trouble as CS Velo is trying to be able to rip everybody apart.
How about Boardman? He's not playing defensive at all right now. Very ambitious lead right there. A brazen attack. That is causing some concern already. That is pretty special to see him. He is not laying back. He's trying to put the numbers, a David and Goliath situation, on the back hill.
Many times when you are outnumbered, a lot of times the best defense is to be on the offense, and that's what Boardman is doing. Going on the offensive, trying to be able to bring, well, he has to bring a CS Velo rider with him, otherwise it doesn't work. Then you bring up a CS Velo rider, you get the other ones to sit back, and then you might have another one jump across with you. But at least it puts you in the winning move to give yourself a chance. You know, if you're sitting in the back and 9 CS Velo guys start to attack, and that's exactly what he had talked about when I was talking to him about the road race. He said in the beginning he tried going responding to a lot of the moves, but when there was 9 guys attacking, he just kind of ran out of juice, and he knew he was outnumbered. So he just resigned himself to just sitting in the field and letting those guys ride up the road. Today, a little bit different. He's going on the offensive, trying to be able to bring up the right CS Velo riders so that he can work with them. And it's going to be interesting to see how Domanowski handles this, being caught right in the middle of this pair, fighting it out very early on in the race.
Yeah, Boardman is definitely, he's riding through the pain right now. He's blocking the pain out. And what he's trying to do is rock the world. I mean, let's be realistic about this. CS Velo is just, they've got the numbers. And it's a numbers game, and team with the numbers is the team with a great advantage. Unfortunately, Legions of Los Angeles must be traveling because, quite shame on them. Not to speak in acrimony here, but I feel like Boardman should have some more support here. He is all alone out there, but still swinging, throwing punches. It is an absolute dog fight out here in Victorville. This is the finale. Stage 3 of 3. Who's it going to be?
Well, if you're to measure power against power, or the strongest rider in the race, I mean, if you look for the time trial, which some people say measures that, Boardman on paper is number 1. I mean, he won the time trial. So now he finds himself up here with 3 CS Velo riders. I think Domanowski is on the short end here. Domanowski has made it up here also.
So now we have 4 riders organized at the moment. Let's see how that consolidation maintains as they take turn number 1.
Will Gleason going through along with, we talked about that Chris Hildreth. Hildreth, a very good sprinter, very, very fast. We talked about his win against Corey Williams the other day, but now they are a little bit off the back in no man's land. But in the front group, Sam Boardman in that black jersey with Legion of Los Angeles. Then the pink jersey, C.S. Velo and Will Cooper. And then you have David Dominowski, who has made it into that group as well.
And we see Josh Lebo trying to get across with C.S. Velo. We saw a huge bridge from him yesterday to get up to Aiden Wardrop racing for SoCalCycling.com. So Lebo now trying to get back on terms. He's about sitting 7th right now. It is absolutely disarray. We've got riders all over the road early on here in the first quarter. So we are 20 minutes into a 75-minute race, a 1.1 mile Grand Prix style race. Very intriguing as the wind starts to build. It's been swirling, and right now it looks like we have a tailwind sprint. So we are looking at speeds upwards of 40 miles an hour in these sprints. We're going to be ringing the bell shortly for the points competition. Batten down the hatches.
Yeah, it's windy, very windy. And the fastest part of the course is that last stretch going from turn number 5 to turn number 6. Turn number 6 being the final turn. And it's fast where there's no brakes. The road is so wide, you can come in there at 50 miles an hour, whatever speed you determine, and you can take it flat out and go as wide as you can, keeping all of your momentum to the finish. And because it's a little bit, now the wind seems to be changing where it's headwind through this home stretch. So not sure if you come out, in other words, if you come out of the final corner, you might be able to make it, but if someone's on your wheel, they're going to have a good chance of being able to pass you before the finish. It is a long way from the last corner to the line, about 300 meters, as we are ringing the bell for points. Omnium point sprint next lap. Omnium point sprint next lap. All points are up the road right here with these guys. Omnium points next lap.
So those points on offer, 5-3-1 in the top 3 on this hot lap.
Now, Dominowski, he's not going to go for it because he doesn't need it. He's not even well, actually, I excuse myself. He's 8th. No, that's the start list. Dominowski, I don't think, is in the overall standings. Yeah, so Dominowski not even in the overall standing, so he's not really going to be worried about trying to be able to get those points. Whereas if you're looking at our overall standings, some of the other guys are. Sam Boardman obviously is going to be looking for that too.
Yes, Dominowski is sitting 13th before the stage. And William Cooper sitting 8th.
Yeah, Borselman's in that front group too, number 4 from CS Velo. He's 2nd overall. His teammates in front, Alan Schroeder, but Schroeder did not make the break. So Borselman picking up these 5 points or 3 points will move into the lead. And so that's going to be interesting to see how they decide to be able to play this out. Talked about Boardman right now, currently 7th overall. Every point is going to be critical. So this is going to be the second sprint we do for our Omnium points. We're going to have 2 more still a little bit later on, 5, 3, and 1 available. Big thank you to Apple Valley Bike Shop, providing our wheel support and mechanical assistance for all of the riders out on course. And a big thank you to Hustle Brands, located in San Francisco, developing creative, engaging content, hand-curated designs across all different media platforms. And Jack Rue, your sponsor of our leaders jerseys. Beautiful bright blue Ford Mustang coming through from Sunland Ford. Sprint on the line, points, 5, 3, and 1. Oh, look behind there. There's 4 riders starting to be able to bridge up. This is going to get interesting, but on the front.
And that's causing separation. Joshua Lebo gets across and takes the points. Bridging up. And going over the top, Lebo picking up 5 points. And here's our field coming through right now, getting a bit grippy in there. Looks like Ed Huntsman riding wheel number 4 or 5 with Butcherbox. Huntsman just got back from Indonesia. He's racing the velodrome over there. Also, Huntsman part of the U.S. national team on the track. The Stars and Bars jersey you see out there is Ama Ensek, and he's representing your collegiate national champion as well as the elite on the road. Ama Ensek, formerly with Best Buddies, now currently racing for CS Velo. Good to see the entire Ensek family out. Ima racing in the 2-3s. He went from 17 seed to Final 4. He's in the brackets going for top GC win in the 2-3. He'll be racing after this race. The Ensek brothers Class X. Mama Ensek also here.
So, Gary, now, because Borselman is in that front group, Alan Schroeder missed out. Alan Schroeder picked up some points in the first point sprint, but none in the second. And so now there's a tie, 70 points each, as they are tied on their Omnium points. It's Alan Schroeder and John Borselman. Borselman, obviously, with the advantage, he's in the front. Depending if Schroeder has been able to get up there, going to have to get some new numbers here. A little bit of shuffling of the deck going on with every Omnium point sprint available.
Sam Boardman still in the hunt there. Ideal position for Boardman right there, surfing the back, able to see the move so he doesn't get caught out on surprise. Borselman out of Nebraska taking a tug at the front.
So unofficially in that front group, Borselman is in there. Will Gleason is in there. Joshua Lebo is in there, also from CS Velo. Sam Boardman, Will Cooper is in that front group as well, and then David Domanowski as well. So two riders that are not part of the CS Velo team managed to be able to get into that group. We talked about Schroeder and Borselman being tied on points in the overall Omnium at 70. Jumping up a few spots into third place was Drake Duell as he jumps up above Will Gleason, but that could change also because Gleason has now made it into that break. So lots changing as we're going through here. Again, coming up on 122, we started at 12:50. So just about 30 minutes of racing in a 75-minute race. A lot of racing still to go, and these riders definitely separating themselves. More riders starting to be able to come across. We got riders trying to be able to bridge up. You have about 10 seconds on two riders trying to be able to bridge up to you. We just missed some of the CS Velo guys. They were just right there, and so now coming off the back. They had attached, and then they got detached on the back part of this course. They are completely going against some of these riders that are out there, and that is Joshua Lebo, not working with Zvaris, I believe that was. Yeah, so beating up on Chris Hildreth, excuse me, that was Lebo and Hildreth. So they keep taking on purpose Hildreth off the back of any move he can be in. Not playing friendly with Chris Hildreth, that is absolutely for sure. Hildreth, I talk about that winning of the CBR race a little bit earlier. He was 4th at the Roger Milliken race as well. He is a good sprinter, but right now he has his hands full. I don't know if this is going to upset some riders by the end of the day or if they're just going to accept that it's racing tactics, but definitely tough challenges for Hildreth and for Boardman and for Domanowski, who are not on the pink and white jerseys of CS.
We are turning 225 laps right now. I did this speed calculation. That's roughly 29 miles an hour average. So they are absolutely flying. These riders do have wings indeed. And look at that echelon pattern. They're using the wind angle and bringing the heat. Right now it looks like they're well organized, not playing the name game yet on Boardman, putting some distance on the chase.
Yeah, once again in that front group, Will Gleason is up there, David Domanowski, along with Will Cooper, John Borselman, and Sam Boardman. This is Hildreth along with Joshua Lebo. That gap's going to continue to open up. I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do. Hildreth especially sitting on Lebo instead of the other way around, right? It's not like Lebo is sitting on Hildreth, making Hildreth do a bunch of the work because he's got all his teammates up in front. Lebo's just kind of riding along, and if Hildreth decides to try to jump across the gap, he's going to react to it and try to get onto it. Two riders just about 30 seconds in front of you. Two riders 30 seconds in front of you. The 19-year-old Blake Bailey on the front, trying to be able to bring those guys back.
Bailey with SoCalCycling.com had a brief word with Frank Cerati, and he is the manager behind SoCalCycling.com. They have been involved in the sport since, I believe, 1994 here out of Orange County. They have done a tremendous job under the tutelage and the mentorship of Frank Cerati. Frank Cerati always able to find and groom riders really internationally. So look for some great things. I talked to Frank, and he's got a roster that's building. He's got some riders from the UK and Ireland, and picking up Aiden Wardrop is a real coup for Frank Cerati to have him on SoCalCycling.com. A very excellent addition. Wardrop can win on the road. He's a former champion. He's won in Gila, which is arguably, I don't even think arguably, the most difficult, challenging race on the road in all of America. Wardrop challenging and taking down the Gila monster.
Another opportunity, another chance. Who is going to strike to be able to grab those points? That's what we're talking about. Points, points, points. Omnium point sprint next lap. 5, 3, and 1 next lap. Omnium point sprint. Right in a big gear. That's Will Cooper just drilling it, just dragging a lot of the riders along. We talked about yesterday in the road race. Will Gleason was the winner. Alan Schroeder was in second. It was Borselman in third and Drake Duell. So Borselman, Duell, and Schroeder not making it into that front group. Gleason does make it into the front group. Gleason with the most to be able to win, and Borselman moving up the rankings. Time gap was about 1.5 minutes last lap. We're going to see what kind of time it's going to be coming in through there. Right now, again, Hildreth and Lebo just cruising. Field should be coming around that final turn relatively soon. They should be able to bring him back, but that's only if Blake Bailey gets some help. The one rider, Blake Bailey, he can't just continue to sit on the front and bring back these two guys. But yes, that gap has shrunk, so they are gradually floating back into the main group.
Indeed, but now we're looking at the group right now getting a little bit wide, kind of blocky. Bugs on the bumper like halfway to Barstow. Once you get to Barstow, you're halfway to hell. It looks like there's a little relaxation right here. Bailey can't do all the load, and here comes an attack on the outside. Actually, that's rider number 33 starting to paste and weld it together. Those riders up the road are looking very well organized. Who knows? We might see a lapped field today.
I think next lap I need to make the field know that Lebo is actually sitting up waiting for them. Let your boys catch Lebo. Then you'll have more guys to be able to chase after Hildreth if he does anything. You'll put him in a box. You'll shut him down. You'll do all the great stuff that a lot of these riders like to do with each other. Lots of racing still to go as we're waiting for the point sprint to be able to come up. Once again, it's tied 70-70. Schroeder is not in the first group, so Borselman with a chance to be able to move up even more. Gleason is in there. Right now he has a total of 57 points compared to Borselman's 70. And then moving up a little bit earlier was Drake Duell, but he's not in that group as well. As they're spread out across the road, look at this drag race. CS Velo in the pink. They're going to keep going after this, too. They are going to sprint. They're going to cross the line, and watch them continue to keep riding. They got a gap, and they're not waiting around for anyone.
And here we go indeed. The door is open now. This puts Boardman in a spot. He is now going to try to get across. There he goes on the left side as they enter turn number 1. There goes Boardman. Can he connect? Can he latch on to those 3 riders with CS Velo? And he does indeed on turn number 2, mustering up a big chunk of courage. That's got to hurt. Boardman is back on terms with CS Velo. CS stands for Combined Strength on display.
Borselman now taking over the Omnium lead as he moves up to 75 points. Moving up just behind there, picking up that 3 points was very valuable to Will Gleason because he was behind one of his teammates. So now he jumps up into second place. So right now, 1 and 2 and 3 are all towards CS Velo, with Schroeder going from first down to third, not being in that breakaway. Here comes a couple more riders as they're now starting to be able to make their move. CS Velo on the attack. Love being able to see these guys. They're racing together a little bit later on. Perhaps they'll race against each other, making it a little bit more fun. Human-powered health trying to be able to get across that, but seems to be going the wrong way as Corey Greenberg in that orange jersey looking over his shoulder instead of looking forward to see if he can get on that CS Velo freight train. It's a speed train, a bullet train. CS Velo taking off once again from the main field.
And Ensek took off like a rocket from the field. He's going to go get himself some. Corey Greenberg, he's racing for human-powered health from Simi Valley. He currently lives in Germany, actually. He's actually won at Tulsa Tough, formerly on Team Now, and recently competed in Saudi Arabia at the Tour de Saudi.
We got a rider going into the pit. It looks like at number 14, so that's Joshua Lebo. Oh, that's interesting. If that is him. So
yeah,
where's Hildreth then? Because Lebo and Hildreth were riding together for a long time. Looks like a problem with his pedal or his cleat. Well, hopefully it didn't come loose, because that's obviously not grounds for a free lap.
And Huntsman part of that spill up too. So now Eddie Huntsman's entered the pit with ButcherBox calm and collected. They're going to get their machine back in order and reintegrate.
So Eddie Huntsman trying to be able to take apart the rear wheel. A flat on the rear wheel, is he going to replace that? Got plenty of time, you know, 1 free lap, 2 free laps, it's all the same. It's all good. We're going to get you back in. Plenty of racing still to go as 2 riders right now. And so that is Lebo that has come into the pit. That's Insect trying to be able to go across. Who's he trying to go across with? That is Alan Schroeder. So Alan Schroeder was your current overall Omnium leader, has joined up with Insect, one of the fastest riders in the nation. Definitely one of the fastest riders in this race. Now trying to be able to bridge a 1.5 minute gap to get up to our leaders. There goes Corey Greenberg as he goes through, and then the rest of the field. Look at the effort, the young 19-year-old Blake Bailey just chasing and chasing and chasing.
Bailey working for, so he's not just chasing, not placing. He's working for Aiden Wardrop. Wardrop, he's not wearing the same kit, unfortunately, but both of them on the same team, SoCalCycling.com.
So Lebo was with Hildreth, and so we're waiting for the rider in the black jersey. Our leaders should come through, and then Lebo should be going out in that second chase group with Chris Hildreth. So I wonder if Hildreth is still out there, if Hildreth just sat up to get re-caught by the field. That's one of the questions we're going to be able to find out. Obviously, something happened there out on course. Eddie Huntsman getting taken care of himself also.
It's very curious. I'm not getting a report of a fall. Wasn't a pileup, wasn't a crash.
And they're in separate groups. I think Eddie just had a flat, and I'm not sure what happened to Lebo.
It's a coincidence out there on course. It happens.
So these are your race leaders right now as they're coming through. Still working very well together. You can feel that wind. Look at that echelons formed across the road. The wind coming off for the right-hand shoulder, forcing him to one side. Sitting on the back. He's a track man. He's going to be fast. Got to be able to watch out for him. Very, very strong. David Domanowski talked about his previous downhill skiing track record. Very good downhill skier. Got onto the track as part of that team Pursuit national squad, and he's latched onto the back of that. You got to have some big power to be able to make that front group. That is 100% for sure. Now Lebo is in the pit waiting to clip in, trying to be able to see where Hildreth is. Now Hildreth either sat up and went back to the field or is still out in no man's land. So Hildreth did go back into the field. Hildreth is back into the field. These are the next 2 chasers on the road. This is going to be Schroeder and Insect, as Alan Schroeder is trying to power Insect up into the front. Now we're going to get one more rider in there. He was there in between the groups, and so they're putting him back in between the groups. Seems like a fair decision to me, as Lebo now is going to be able to latch on to 2 other CS Velo riders. So they went from 2 horsepower to 3 horsepower to see if they can catch the breakaway.
CS Velo is galvanizing. They're getting all their players to the front. This is getting ridiculous. They're absolutely stacking it. Lebo, just by chance, able to integrate with 2 fresh riders coming across with Insect pulling it down a lead. And Bailey, you know, bless this guy's heart. He's got the heart of a champion, but he is so outnumbered. And CS Velo have an executive meeting. They're getting together up the road. I think we're going to see a lapped field here today. And Drake Dwell, just another rider on CS Velo who's won in Connecticut. And he actually holds the KOM at Mount Haleakala in the island of Maui. Talking about Drake Dwell with CS Velo. Also a software engineer at Zwift. Our 5-man breakaway. Look, they're putting on the brakes. They're going to wait for their teammate. CS Velo kind of relaxing right now. There's really no impetus for them to drag Boardman around. Putting Boardman definitely in a spot there tactically.
Eddie, you just waiting for the next race? Then you'll decide to get in? Okay, I thought so. All right. Here's our 3 chasers, the first group chasing out there. Going to get a little bit of a time check. What's the time gap between these guys in the front? Do you know? Yeah, you're the director. I know, you're the mechanic acting as director. You're doing both. You're doing double duty. You didn't time that though? I was just curious. I'll figure it out. Not a problem at all. So 3 riders that we talked about, Lebo and Schroeder and Ama Insek on the front right now. Talked about Insek, that 2022. He's the collegiate criterium champion and amateur national road race champion. Now, Joshua Lebo is a great time trialist, winning the Category 2 Valley of the Sun time trial and road race. He's been second at the pro time trial at Tucson Bicycle Classic as well. You know, last year in 2022, Lebo started as a Category 4. Talk about moving up the rankings quickly. That shows the power and strength that a rider like that has. And so he finds himself with a very strong rider as well with Schroeder. And so these guys right now trying to be able to catch up to the front.
That is amazing, going through the 4s up to the 1s and drilling it amongst these elite riders. CS Velo, we welcome the entire crew. The team director is Kurt Dodds out of Philadelphia. And the mechanic that we just said hello to, he is a magician. That's Scott Stunderman. Scott, good to see you out here in Victorville, California. So Kurt Dodds on the back stretch, perhaps. I think I saw him on Route 66 getting his kicks yesterday. Talking about Kurt Dodds, is the team director for CS Velo. Combined strength indeed. And you can see him coming through Civic Drive right here in front of City Hall. Again, now you're seeing a relaxation in the speed.
Yeah, they know there's 3 more CS Velo riders coming up to them. So there's 3 CS Velo riders about, well, I'm trying to figure out how far back they are. They're coming up, though. There they come through. That is 23 seconds. 23 seconds. 3 CS Velo riders starting to be able to make their way up into our leaders. That's closable. That's definitely doable in the amount of time that's still left for racing, because we're not even to 1 hour of racing yet.
And here's Ama Insek.
I just told him that. 25 seconds. I'm kidding. I'm just messing with you. Which one? Who?
And Ama Insek is joined by Nick Baird.
Wait, who's your
with
brother?
Ride Bikes.
Ama's your brother? Oh, your coach. I thought you said he's my brother. That's why I'm processing it in my head going, what? I got you. He's your coach. Now it's your turn to coach him. That's right. Keep up with those time gaps. I want to know about those also. So 23 seconds is what's being reported.
So yeah, Lebo coming out of the pits, reintegrating. Now he's the man who's joined Schroeder, who has the yellow jersey theoretically, and Ama Insek.
Well, Schroeder started with the yellow jersey, but technically the virtual leader on the road right now is Borselman, because he was able to pick up those points, mid-race point sprint. So Borselman has moved up into first place, but Schroeder trying to be able to get up there will have a chance to be able to redeem himself and possibly get on the top step of the podium by the end of the day. It's all going to come down to the Omnium point sprints. We have 1 more left, and then, of course, the final sprint coming up right now on almost 50 minutes, 50 minutes of racing, about 50 minutes of racing as the leaders are all packed. There they are. That 23-second gap in 1 lap has come down to about 10 seconds. Who's on the front, though? Dominowski, he doesn't want all those guys to be caught, but that's a lot of effort for him and Boardman to do to be able to hold off the 3 chasers. They're 10 seconds back. 10 seconds back. The CS Velo Riders, what a ride. Insec, all smiles, or is that all grimace as he's trying to be able to hang on to the 2 large guys ripping through this race course.
That's right. The consolidation is imminent. We're going to see it on the very next lap. These 3 riders with more impetus on the pedal. Talking about Insect, Schroeder, and Lebo. They're going to join their teammates at the chagrin of the other riders. Boardman is certainly like wondering what he's going to do. In the GC right now, there's a 5-point separation between Borselman and first on the road, and second, Schroeder, 5 points back, and another 5 points back, William Gleason. What a resplendent day here in Victorville, California, the Mojave Desert shine. We are in the high desert, and there's high drama here in the high desert elevation. We're at about 3,000 elevation, excuse me, as I shuffle papers. The wind is hotting up here. In the rain shadow, snow blanketed mountains on the north face.
Check that out. Sam Boardman now on the attack again. I talked about the best defenses going on the offense. Bringing up a CS Velo rider. Boardman is now pushing the pace. Latching onto the back of him is Will Gleason.
And how about Sam Boardman, the chairman of the Boardman, drilling it right now on turn number 1, causing disarray in the team meeting. Goodness gracious. That man is aggressive. You've got to, no matter what happens, remember Sam Boardman, never underestimate the heart of a champion. What a day indeed. Here comes what's left of the chase. Plowing ahead. Evan Larson lifting the pace. We've got one more opportunity for the points competition. Bike racers travel not to escape the world, but rather to experience the world. Travel not to escape life, but for life, not to escape them.
So once again, if I'm not mistaken, Sam Boardman had attacked and went up the road. I believe he went up the road with Gleason. So Will Gleason right now is sitting 3rd overall in our standings. And so we're going to be ringing the bell this lap for the final Omnium points of 5, 3, and 1. And it's all brought back together. Wow, they are attacking each other. Looks like a couple CS fellas off the back. Playing games with each other. It's the perfect time to ring the bell as we're going to be ringing it. Points available again. Next lap, points, 5, 3, and 1. Points, points, points. Omnium points. Next lap, Omnium points, 5, 3, and 1 available. 3 places deep. Trying to keep Ama. Ama had to dig so deep during that chase that every acceleration right now is putting him into a little bit of a world of hurt as he's just latching on. CS Velo Rider's actually sitting up waiting to be able to make sure he stays in that group. This next lap points available. Ama doesn't have to worry about going for those points unless he wants to try to take it away from Sam Boardman. Then that could be useful to prevent Boardman from picking up any more points. But the guy that needs it the most is Schroeder if he wants to get back into the lead, or you could say Borselman needs it the most in order for him to keep the lead.
There's Borselman at the front and Alma Ensek hanging onto the back. Sam Boardman bracketed by those two CS Velo riders. Here's the field racing in front of City Hall.
Points getting ready to come up as our Sunland Ford, the blue Mustang, appears out of that final corner, getting ready to be able to come through. Beautiful partnership with Sunland Ford. Big thank you also to Jack Crew, your kit, your brand, custom cycling clothing with a turnaround in 14 days. Pro design, pro quality for road, mountain, tri, and activewear. CS Velo on the front with the head down, making sure he's going to be able to pick up maximum points. Who's it going to be? Borselman, that's who it's going to be.
Boardman picking up third. He gets only 1 point. And the motor, Alan Schroeder, picking up second place for 3 points, padding his position in the GC. This is an Omnium based on points, so looks like Borselman's at 80 right now. Your virtual leader on the road right now, John Borselman with CS Velo.
Yeah, that sprint. Borselman has 80 points now. Alan Schroeder finishing up in second place in that sprint is moved up to 73 points. So got about a 7-point difference between Schroeder and Borselman. And so that all the points went up the road. Now we're going to be ringing the bell for the field preem.
Let's give away a free entry to the Redlands Criterium to be held on April 16. Field preem, a field, you are the field. This is a field preem. Rex Roberts riding wheel number 2. I know he wants to go to Redlands. A free entry on the line. And we are once again proud to partner with Sunland Ford. Great to have Sunland on board. Cool to see the baby blue Mustang Ford coming through as the pace car. Here he comes right now. Reminded of the movie Ford v Ferrari. We have Ferraris out on the course. And we also have the Mustangs.
Eddie, that's a pretty soft way to get out of the race, right? You just get a flat tire. You're like, I'm done. Yeah, all right, better food. That's right. All right, enjoy yourselves, right? It's not often you get to watch a bike race. Normally you're in a bike race. So great being able to see that. Great talking about Eddie Huntsman now on the side. Look at this, spread out. Oh my, it's like a little mini pack, a little training session as throwing off some gloves as he doesn't want to be able to wear those anymore. Josh Lebo discarding some clothing. 1, 2, I think it's about six or seven CS Velo riders. And then obviously Sam Boardman is still in there. Dominowski actually has a little similar kit to theirs. You know, it's got a little bit of blue in it, but it got the white, the majority of white. So sometimes it's harder to pick him out where he is in that C. And of course, everybody on CS Velo is like 6'2". They're all huge guys.
They're all stallions, and the Ride Bikes jersey is very, very similar.
Waiting for the field right now as they're going to be sprinting for the free entry to the Redlands Amateur Criterium coming up in about a couple weeks. Free entry to Redlands, free entry to Redlands. That's what's on the line, and it's just a sprint for bragging rights right there, and a free entry that is going to go.
Look like Taylor Warren.
Taylor Warren from CS Velo. Taylor Warren last year taking a second at the Monkey Hill time trial. He had a great race at the Wilmington Criterium, picking up a third place there. Now finds himself kind of in that main field, getting a little bit bored, right? Everybody else is doing the chasing and doing all the riding. He's just sitting in because he really can't chase down his teammates. So decided to be able to give a little bit of a sprint, kind of test the legs and open up the legs once again.
Yeah, Taylor Warren, he won Barrio Logan back in 2021. Also a stage winner at Southern Highlands. But now the brake is almost kind of in a relaxation mode because now they've loaded the brake has equal numbers to the peloton, to what's left of the chase. So where it was almost guaranteed to have a lapped field, now maybe not so much because the speed is controlled by the brake and there may not be impetus for them to keep going. They've got the numbers already in the brake, so we shall see. But right now the brake has actually kind of hit the pause button, at least on that last lap. We shall see if the attacks start to come soon.
Without a doubt, attacks have to come soon. You cannot take a chance of just coming to the line with Boardman. Boardman's fast. He's strong. He can end up, messing up all of your plans. And what about the track rider? Dominowski, extremely quick. CS Velo later on will have to attack, have to separate themselves from the rest of these riders. The question is when, and I think they're going to wait until we come up with the lap cards. Once we get to lap cards, that's going to decide what these guys are going to do and how they're going to play this out.
One way to do it is open up gaps intentionally. If you have one of your teammates, you just kind of let them slip up the road a little bit, create some artificial gaps and do some false tempo and put the pressure on Boardman at all. It's going to be really difficult for Boardman to cover everything, but he has the fortitude, the testicular fortitude. He has the stones to do it. I mean, we saw yesterday he was outnumbered and still came up with a brilliant sprint. He went to the line with CS Velo. Now, that was for his position on 7th on the road, but certainly he can really shock the world. If he were to come up with a win here, there would be a memo from Philadelphia. Trust me, there would be a real issue from the boss man with the numbers that CS Velo is bringing to this race.
David, I agree with you. And so one thing to keep in mind also is that CS Velo, you can't wait until the last 2 laps to start attacking because Boardman is strong enough. He can respond to everything for 2 laps, maybe even 3 laps. Gonna have to start attacking him 5 or 6 laps out to try to wear him down because the first attack's not going to work. The second one's not going to work. They're going to need repeated efforts and, again, gapping them and sitting on and trying to hold them off. It's going to take a little bit of work. But, you cannot forget about the other rider that is in that group, Dominowski. That's another guy they have to be able to get rid of. So very tough, challenging conditions, and CS Velo needs to start doing something relatively soon.
And if you're Dominowski, you're having eye contact with Boardman. He's your de facto teammate, right? You're sending messages to Sam like, How about you cover this one? I'll cover the next one. If you can get that deal done, non-verbally or otherwise, you've got a slight, advantage. That's going to be key. If they ride against each other, they're just going to cancel each other out.
Not sure they're going to ride against each other, but right. I mean, I don't know if they're going to have an agreement like you cover one and I'll cover one, but they're not going to chase each other down. Obviously, they would make CS Velo do the chasing down. And then that's the other question. If you're CS Velo and you go up the road with Dominowski, do you want to go to the line with him? There's a good chance you're going to lose. You have to get away alone, or you have to get away with another rider in the pink jersey, and we're going to find out as our lead car comes through. Spread out across the road, nobody willing to do anything, and guess what? It is time for lap cards. Getting down to the final 5 laps. Riders 5 laps to go, 5 to go, 5 to go, 5 laps to go. The final 5 laps.
And there's Boardman. He's second from the back. A good position with 5 laps remaining in this bicycle race. Welcome, everybody. This is the Victorville Stage Race, the finale. I mean, just check out the totality of this situation. Blue skies, the wind is hotting up. Here comes the pack with 5 laps to go. An absolute gorgeous day here in the Mojave Desert. So cool to have the mayor here, Deborah Jones, and the city council people, and the Rotary Club. The beer garden is open. We've got 3 trucks over there, food trucks. We've got the fire department, the police department, all en masse. And for those of you who think that these races go on without human intervention, you'd be sadly mistaken. Certainly does take teamwork to make a dream work. And we are abundantly proud and appreciative of Alfie Sanchez. Alfie Sanchez doing what he does with 4 laps remaining. One of the great things about Victorville, you get about 360 days a year of blue skies and moderate temperatures. Hence, so many movies from Hollywood filmed here. Film and flight. Yesterday we had a race at the Southern Logistic Airport, an international hub for aeronautics. And look at this, a big move here. Taylor Warren jettisoning from what is left of the chase with 4 laps remaining. Gotta wonder what's happening in between the ears of Sam Boardman right now. It is a mental game. No glory pulls in Boardman. He's going to hold steady, wait, then boom. Show something to your opponents they have not seen when it counts.
Yeah, you talk about that mental game. It's got to be difficult also for Chris Hildreth coming all this way, coming up to a bike race where more so riders are racing against you, not really even having a chance to race your bike. It was just a defensive operation as he was isolated each and every time. It's got to be very, very frustrating. Finds himself in the main pack. Main leaders right now coming through, 3 laps to go. Riders, 3 laps to go, 3 to go, 3 to go.
And there's that Nash. It's a chevron, kind of an echelon-shaped pack right there. Boardman, 3rd from the rear.
I'm surprised they're waiting so long to get away from some of these other guys. I think it's kind of risky. I mean, they might have some faith in Ama in second. And you know what? This is part of training camp. Perhaps they're setting it up to be able to learn, to be able to execute doing the lead out because they have Ama Insec in that group. You know, there's going to be other races that they are going to go to where they're going to be having to do a lead out. This might be one of those cases where putting the pressure on their sprinter, Ama Insec, to see if he can perform and be able to get to the top step of the podium. He's going up. He's got 3 laps to go, trying to be able to bridge across. It's a big gap to bridge across as we're waiting for the field to come across the line relatively soon. Big thank you to Muckoff. Started back in 1994 with Bicycle Care, Motorcycle Care, Auto Care, using biodegradable and eco-friendly cleaners, including state-of-the-art precision lubricants. And Sunland Ford, we had a great little rendezvous kind of meet and greet yesterday at Sunland Ford. Had some pizza and some drinks and hanging out, being able to socialize with a lot of the cyclists that are here at the race. So it was nice. The employees there were super great, we're super grateful, but super accommodating is what I'm trying to say at Sunland Ford, letting us kind of go and camp out in their showroom. There's where I saw some Shelby Mustangs and some Cobra Mustangs, and there was some expensive Mustangs in that showroom. That's absolutely for sure.
And it's so great to have them out here, and they're stoked. The sales manager, he was titillated, so stoked to have these riders come into town from all over the planet, really. We've got an international field here, and we thank you, Sunland Ford.
Also, Category 2-3s, you must check in. All Category 2-3 riders, you must check in at the RV registration tent. All Category 2-3s check in at the registration tent. Also, after this race is finished, course is closed. Course is closed. There's 3 groups out there as course will remain closed as they are seeing 2 to go. Here's your race leaders, 2 laps to go.
The Great 8 making the Great 8 up to the Final 4. Who's going to be the champion today in March Madness? 8 riders alone with 2 laps to go.
Yesterday, you had 4 riders coming into the finish in the road race. All CS Velo. They were alone. Will Gleason, Alan Schroeder, Borselman, and Drake Duell. We were taking bets at the finish line on who was going to win, how they were going to be able to sprint, how they were going to decide it, and they actually rolled across the line all together, practically hand in hand. Will Gleason, just a tire width in front, so he took the win. Big question now, what are they going to do here? They got a couple adversaries in there. It's not just one big happy pink family with CS Velo. They have to worry about a couple other riders, which I'm talking about Boardman and Domanowski. And so how are they going to handle this lead out? And I think that's what they're getting ready to try and do is practice this lead out for Ama Insec to be able to lead him out for the final. And that's a little bit of a risk because Domanowski's very fast and Boardman is very quick.
And they are playing with fire, you're right. I mean, Domanowski and Boardman have shown resilience in this sport, and they might be able to survive the slings and arrows from CS Velo. Who knows, as we are looking at inside of 2 laps to go.
Right, but that's what I'm talking about. There has been no slings and arrows, right? Has CS Velo fired a shot yet in the last 25 minutes? No, they're riding steadily in the front group. Nothing's happening so far.
It is remarkable. You're absolutely correct. It's insane. We have not seen the attacks yet. Perhaps they are working on the lead up, but that is potentially risky business because if you have Boardman or if you have Domanowski coming through, that will officially be certified shocking of the world.
Are we getting ready for bell lap? There's one lap to go. All right. This is what we've been waiting for. What is going to happen? How is this going to play out? We talked about the shuffling of the deck in the Omnium. Your current leader is Borselman. Schroeder has lost the lead, but they're all together right now. The pink train of CS Velo on the front. Boardman sitting in second. And look at that, second from the back. That's where Domanowski is sitting.
And the Ford Mustang pace car comes through with 1 lap to go.
So Lebo has done his job. He's come off the back of that group.
Inside the final lap, here we go as they approach turn number 3 on a 1.1 Grand Prix.
Now, I talked about coming out of that final corner. The wind is howling here. Definitely a very strong tailwind coming out of the last turn. So strong that you can come out of that final turn, and I believe you can hold everybody off because it is that strong of a tailwind. The backstretch, turns 5 and 6, turning into turn 5, going down the stretch to turn 6 is the fastest part of the race course, and you can take that final corner at full speed, carry all your momentum, and make it to the line. Is that what's going to happen? How will the CS Velo handle the lead out, and how will they tackle the sprinters?
This is your 9th rider on the road with 1 lap to go as they stretch it out on the backstretch, riding like loose electricity. Fighting through space and time. Who's it going to be? Boardman and Domanowski still in the great hunt. They are in the hunt. Will they shock the world?
There goes Bailey. He's been chasing out front down there. Now he's trying to chase to be able to catch back on. Waiting for our leaders with the blue Mustang to come around. All riders, when to go, when to go. There's Hildreth going through. Had a great race, just not the race that he wanted. No fault of his, as everybody seemed to plan against him. That big win he had last weekend kind of backfired on him. Now he has a giant target on his back. But in the meantime, who is going to have the target on their back coming in towards the finish? There's our Sunland Ford blue Mustang. Will it be all together? Is anybody attacked? Here they come out of the final turn, and it's CS Velo. A CS Velo rider has jumped everybody else.
And here he comes solo like a bat out of hell, coming in red hot, PDQ, pretty damn quick. CS Velo's going to take the win. Welcome, everybody. This is Victorville, and he has done it. William Cooper has flown the coop for CS Velo. Job well done. CS Velo, a clean sweep. We're going to need a bigger broom. Swept like beard clippings at a barbershop in Portland, Oregon. We still have the field coming up. This should be a scintillating sprint. Hang on to your hats. So yeah, looks like unofficial. The motor Alan Schroeder's taking second place, and Ama and Seka taking third, unofficial. I believe this is 9th on the road right here.
Yeah,
CS Velo.
So, ninth place, nice job. Congratulations. Awesome ride. Great being able to see you guys coming out here and tearing it up. A lot of fun. That's Taylor Warren as he comes through. So depending on, it actually depends on where Borselman finished in the sprint as more riders are coming across.
All right, Rex Roberts picking up top 10. Job well done representing Ride Bikes.
Category 2-3 riders, did you guys all check in at the RV? One thing mandatory, you must check in at the RV. Course is still closed. Do not come out. Course is closed as more riders are still coming around for the finish.
As we catch our breath, plowing ahead, checking the menu. Next up is a men 2-3. We'll be racing for 60 minutes.
Last race with our pro men, Schroeder might have taken back the lead over Borselman. It all depends on where Borselman ended up in that final sprint. I got the top three. Didn't get to really count further back from that, but what a show from CS Fellow in those pink jerseys. Great being able to have them come out here to Victorville stage race, putting on a dominating performance. 1, 2, and 3 yesterday, 1, 2, and 3 today as well. Riders to the line, 2-3s to the line.
Two, three racers. All on the start line. Did everyone check in? You did not check in, raise your hand. Everyone checked in. You'll be racing for 60 minutes, 1 hour. You'll see lap cards with 5 to go, the wheel pit, and 3 laps in at 5 to go. You know you have to be back in the race before the leaders see 5 to go. Any way you want, you can get to the pit if you need it. You can cut through the buildings. You can run backwards on the course. You can ride backwards on the sidewalk, but just do not ride backwards on the course. You can't do that. We've had to change the way we're running crits just for today, for safety reasons only, and this is what we are doing. We'll have a lead car and a lead motor, and you have a follow motor. If you drop off behind the follow motor, you're out of the race. We're taking you out because of cars getting on the course. We have basically a rolling closure. If the envelope is big and we have you protected, you're fine. If the envelope is small and you're not protected, we're pulling you so you don't have the risk of a car encountering you. It's worked well today. We've done it in every race. In the pro race, we pulled people on the first lap. They were off the back. All of you stay together, okay? Do your best. If you get dropped, I'm gonna have to pull you, all right? So all of you understand, work hard, stay together, and you'll be fine. Do you guys have any questions about what we're doing? 60 minutes, 6 minutes. All right, Frankie's gonna talk to you real quick.
close is the motor going to be behind? How big is the bulb? So, gentlemen, no more free laps with 5 laps to go. Also, your podium for everything will take place immediately after your race. Finish up your race, head over to the podium. We're getting ready to send you guys off on your race. We are ready for some racing action. You're going to go on the referee's whistle in 3, 2, 1.
We are off and underway, racing for 60 minutes, category 2-3. Let's get it cracking.
Coming up now, our ladies and gentlemen, our Pro Men's Podium. Pro Men Podium, calling CS Velo over to the podium. Stop eating all the Twinkies. They have Twinkies there, though, also. Yeah, you can take a photo. No problem. Take a photo, then we'll get around to everything else. So as a reminder for our Category 2-3s, we're going to have 3 Omnium point sprints as well, as points are going to be on the line with 5, 3, and 1. How long, Dave, how long are these guys racing for?
Hey, Frankie, we're going for 60 minutes in category 2-3. So this is the category below the ones. So the mayor was asking. So a lot of these 2-3s can race in the Pro 1, 2-3. This format is Pro 1, and now we have a 2-3 category, very competitive. The guy who wins this 2-3 race definitely could have competed in that race. Ima Ensek is the leader, I believe, on the road right now in the 2-3s, and he's almost as good as Alma, who's now taking a group shot over there at Podium Plaza. CS Velo really bringing the weapons. Great to have them out here from Philadelphia.
Yeah, Ima Ensek went from 17th in the time trial to picking up some valuable points in the road race, in the mid-race points, and in the finish, and now finds himself in the current overall race lead. Very fast rider as well. But now we're going to turn our attention to the podium for our Pro Men, an incredible 3 days of racing with the time trial, with the road race, and now the Criterium. Like to be able to start off in the Criterium on the day. Bringing up to the podium, 3rd place, racing for CS Velo, Ima Ensek. I always knew nobody ever listens to me. Ima Ensek, a bronze medal ride. Get your medal over here. That's 3rd place. 2nd place with an incredible ride in the Criterium. Please welcome Alan Schroeder. And taking a flyer, he made the breakaway, he made it stick, and then he decided to go one more speed. Please welcome the top step, your 2023 Victorville Criterium winner, William Cooper. Arms in the air, it's 1, 2, and 3. CS Velo wrapping up the podium.
Job well done. Ensek, Motor Schroeder, and Will Lebo. And remember, Ima Ensek is your current collegiate and U.S. Elite Road Champion, racing for Milligan University out of Tennessee.
Guys, here, let's reshuffle. So I need 3rd place. No, hold on a second. Will Cooper, come on up. Will Cooper, all right, get down to the 3rd spot. Take a step down. 3rd place overall in the Omnium. Looking for Alan Schroeder, 2nd in the Omnium. You're already standing there. And then moving back up to the top step. He had lost it at one point during the race. He was not the virtual race leader. He brought it back by getting himself into the race. Please welcome your overall 2023 Omnium winner, John Borselman. John Borselman taking the win, 2 points over Schroeder. That's how close it was, but it's 1, 2, and 3 once again for CS Velo.
Put some cheese on that Philly sandwich right there. Give it up for Cooper, the Schroeder Motor, and John Borselman. A Philly thing indeed. Making the mayor proud. In a year unlike no other, the inconceivable has happened. CS Velo sweeping 1 through 5. There's your photo op right there for the city website. CS stands for Combined Strength, CS Velo. I think Legions of Los Angeles got the memo right now. There's a new crew in town right now, the Posse from Philadelphia. Congratulations once again. Bells have been rung. Holler. I was traveling down Route 66 yesterday. I saw the CS Velo, the bus, the van, the trailer, looking very pro. Handshakes and love. And look at our 2 threes. Okay, ringing the bell for points competition. Points competition. 3 points. 5, 3, 1. 3 deep. Points competition. Points on offer in the Omnium classification. Richard, if I can get a I just got a message from David Wells. Also, Josh Lebo won a race in Walla Walla, Washington. That's pretty cool. A town so cool they named it twice, Walla Walla. He also won at Tucson. Very impressive, and finished second, I believe, at Valley of the Sun in Phoenix, Arizona, just about a month ago. Red hot and smoking fast. Talking about Josh Lebo. Also part of that program, CS Velo. Cole Lewis. Cold as ice, willing to sacrifice Lewis. He's the Samoan, the bike throwing Samoan, if you will. Insect's best buddy. His parents own the L&L Hawaiian barbecue, and I think that's part of his success. Spam. Spam a lot. Served up hot. Aiden Wardrop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the white jersey from Costa Mesa, California, racing for SoCalCycling.com on the top step, taking U23, the greatest under 23 rider. Let's give it up, everybody, for Aiden Wardrop in the beautiful Jackaroo white jersey. Rider 214 do not have a start list yet, taking the points in the 2-3. Aiden Wardrop, that kid can fly like an angel. He's got getaway sticks, but also got a little pop. He'll surprise you. I'm sure Aiden was feeling the salt in his legs today after yesterday, going from the gun, or at least going very early. He was your first place non-CS Velo rider yesterday, taking sixth place off the front pretty much all day long. And getting battered around like a ping pong table, but he hung on for six, beating Mr. Boardman, hunting him down. Aiden Wardrop hanging on for six yesterday. Big, big ride. Team 6 at the front. That solo rider, Luke Lynch, stamping the pedals, pinning it, picking up the preem and continuing that effort. Luke Lynch, a UK rider, riding from Great Britain with the Kingston Wheelers. Give it up for Eli Watson, age 13, coming through. Because bros ride bikes. Hot off the press, just got the start list. So taking third in that hot lap was Ima Ensek in this race. And in second place, Julian Agradano picking up 3 points. And taking the first on that lap, the aforementioned Luke Lynch picking up 5 points. Once again, thank you so much to Majestic Cycling for making it happen. And to the city of Victorville, they have rolled out the red carpet. It's been a blast. A new appreciation for the Mojave Desert and the city of Victorville. Population 135,000. And look at Luke Lynch. Again, he is a rocket on the sled. He's got about 15 seconds here in the 2-3s. Crushing the pedals, bursting through those corners, ripping up the boulevard. Here comes the chase. And they are pinning it. Nobel. I would kill for a Nobel Peace Prize. Daddy used to say he never saw a hearse pull a U-Haul. You can't take it with you. Two nights weekly at the Pacoima Hotel. Luke Lynch laying it down. Look at this gentleman making a stamp on this race early. He's got about 20 seconds. Frank Torres at the front, lifting the pace. Fun, fast, and furious. Welcome to prime time. This is Victorville. Have an absolute blast. Getting a little chippy out there. The wind is really picking up. And look at Luke Lynch once again. This man is a time trialing machine, ticking away with that timing mechanism. He's got perfect stroke, and his back is flat, very aerodynamic. Looks like he's increased his time advantage. And look at the disarray in the chase. It's full gas. Strung out like a poet in Amsterdam. Look at the fissures here. This is a critical lap. 30-second time gap. Majestic Cycling. It's super stoked to have Olympian Frankie Andrea here. And remember, the Olympics return to Paris in 2024 and back in Los Angeles. The Summer Games will return in 2028. Perhaps we'll see some of our young gentlemen right now in Europe on the U.S. national team, guys like Luke Fetzer, Alejandro Che. Maybe we'll see Eddie Huntsman on the track. And here's our Mustang pace car heading southbound on Civic Road. We're going to give Lynch a shot at points. We're going to ring the bell for a points competition. 3 deep, points on the line. This is Luke Lynch. Luke Lynch with a warrior mentality, man. That guy's stamping on the pedals. It is paramount that he goes because here comes the chase. We're going to ring the bell to make sure they understand. 3 deep on the points competition. Points on the line. Points on the line here at Victorville. Points on the line. 5, 3, and 1. But you got to catch Lynch up the road if you want that 5-point opportunity. Bike riders constantly distilling everything at 25, 35 miles an hour, whether it's the aggregate on the road, maybe that stripe of paint, which gets a little bit less coefficient of drag, looking at the wind direction, also looking at your opponents. Who's a blue chipper? Whose stock is rising? Whose stock is falling? Distilling all this information as you're starting to lose some oxygen and the legs are starting to lose salt and sugar like they've been poured into hot water. There's a mental component to cycling like none other. And of course, let's not forget the whole physics of drafting, of being in the slipstream and gaining the advantage. You're working 30% less hard. So it's not a boat race, it's not a marathon. That is the dynamic of cycling that makes it so cool, right? The concept of drafting. I'll tell you who doesn't have a wheel right now for the last 3 or 4 laps is Luke Lynch. On the hunt, solo. And here he comes right now on the final corner. Here comes Luke Lynch from Great Britain. This man must have wings because he is flying. Absolutely flying. And again, look at him ticking away with that timing mechanism. He's got each stretch mapped out. Looking at maybe a 35-second time gap now. Upsetting the apple cart. The sprinters are going, what now? What happened? It looks like an attack right now on the inside. That could be Ima Ensek. Picking up second place. That looks like that was Ima Ensek wearing the Avello kit. Threw me off a little bit. So Ima Ensek picked up a 1 and a 3. He's got 4 points, padding his classification and his lead. Yeah, the man from the UK coming across, Luke Lynch. Looks like he's got maybe a 35-second time gap. Hovering at 35. That's a tremendous effort.
Well, he's around turn number 1, getting ready to go around turn number 2, and now the guys are just coming around that final turn. So definitely a pretty big lead of about 40 seconds as they are starting to continue the chase. Remember, these guys are racing for 60 minutes. We started relatively on time at 2:15, coming up on about 2:49. So we're 30 minutes in. We're about halfway through this race right now. Another rider trying to branch out for the chase. Julian Agradano, the young 21-year-old, trying to be able to bridge up. He's going to need a little bit of help. Obviously, 2 or 3 riders would be a better situation to try to get a hold to our leader, Luke Lynch.
And it was Agradano who picked up 3rd place on that last point sprint. Good on him. He took that sprint, coming second only to Ima Ensek, and now rolling off the front, kind of counterpunching Ima Ensek.
A little bit cooler conditions, but if you haven't had it yet, head on over there. Kona Ice still available to be able to get yourself some ice and the Froyo, right? Daddy's best Froyo. Froyo smoothies, churros. It's not just about the frozen yogurt. They got a few other things, and still serving up some meals in the back as Heritage, rock and roll, old school colors. You get yourself hamburger, cheeseburger, something to eat and drink. As staying number 3 here in Victorville. Big thank you to Sunland Ford, Hustle Brands, Davidson Bike Law, Jack Rue, and Realty Masters, along with Muckoff. Yesterday, Insect picked up 2 of the sprints to be able to give him 10 points to help him get into the lead. Then he had a great sprint at the end, finishing up in 3rd. It was David Michael Sweet, though. He took a flyer, didn't think he was going to be able to make it, but he did. He held everybody off, taking the win. Tommy Fang was in 2nd, Ima Ensek in 3rd, and that 3rd place was enough to be able to propel him into the lead because the previous riders that had the lead, they finished about 10th and 15th in that field sprint, not giving them enough points to hang on to the overall. So your Ima Ensek is in that overall lead. So definitely have to be able to keep an eye on him. Talked about that 3rd place in the road race. Bergen West took the win in the time trial on day number 1. The 28-year-old, a very strong rider as he continues to be able to push the pace in this race as well. Time gap's about 40 seconds. 40 seconds time gap. 40 seconds.
Luke Lynch is bad to the bone. What a college effort he is showing right now. So cool to see the Watson brothers out here as well. We have the Ensek brothers, the Williams brothers, the Worthington brothers back in the day. It's a brotherly love thing, the coefficient of brotherhood. I think the Watson brother, their family has moved around a lot as well. Austin, Texas for a while. The mother went to UT. I'm a UT alum, as is Roger. Of course, we lived in Houston and Austin. Our parents moved around a lot, but that's okay. We always found them. Here's your Mustang Ford pace car coming through. And here's the stud on the road. Luke Lynch coming through. stomping on the pedals. My goodness gracious, he's got 50 seconds now, a 50-second time gap. We saw it at 20. We saw 25, 30, 35. Now we're at 50 seconds. This guy is committed. I think he's pretty good. It's just a matter of keeping the skinny side down and dosing his effort. Obviously, he knows what he's doing on the TT. He's not seeing you're not seeing spikes. He's just holding that level of watts and just keeping it steady and throwing another log on the fire. Incredible performance by Luke Lynch. Project 6 now doing the work. Almost not newsworthy, but went to 48 seconds, but that could be plus or minus the accuracy of splits. So officially 48. Tip of the hat to LA Crits. Also, we are live streaming. Check out lacrits.com. Ray Mars is a magician. Kind of the Kaiser Sosa of film work. You don't really know where he's at. He's in the hedges. He's anonymous. And then you go online and you see his work. Ray Mars, M-A-R-Z. Check out his Instagram. Follow him. lacrits.com. He's doing sensational work. Putting a pro polish on the Peloton. Here comes Luke Lynch once again, the UK Flyer, whiffing down the boulevard. Not unlike a Grand Prix motor car. And here come the usual suspects, the category 2-3s, pinning it single file. We still have one rider with a 50-second gap. Luke Lynch. In my other life, I'm a geologist, and what we're looking for in a rider like this, or in the soils, if we're looking for a landslide, we're looking for tension cracks. Something, a dent in the armor. So far, I am seeing no issue at all with Luke Lynch. Looks like the ground is stable. He is on bedrock, and he is flying right now. He's got the foundation. Everything is proper right now. 90% compaction, moisture at optimal, all levels tapped out. He is absolutely killing it.
Big question is, was Luke Lynch in the races the previous 2 days? No, I'm not sure. I don't remember seeing him. I mean, as strong as he's doing right now, I'm surprised the guy didn't take off on lap number 1 in the road race, because he's doing a phenomenal ride right here. Hey, Rescue Plumbers, thank you very much, guys, for coming out. appreciate all your support and help throughout the day. Continue to support us. Very much appreciated. How many?
All results available on the date.net.
Hey, not only would I like to be able to thank Davidson Law Firm for sponsoring the Pro Women Purse, but also Davidson Law Firm helping me out with the awards over there. Thank you guys very much. You guys have been a fantastic job passing out medals and helping me with all the awards for the entire day. There's a lot going on over there, and you guys have been A1 the entire time. So thank you.
And Cassidy Davidson done a tremendous thing, kind of carrying on the torch of her father. And Cassidy's awesome. She was in Houston a while back, about 3 weeks ago, and she's just really all about diversity. She's all about reaching out for the cycling community. So if you have any issues on the bike, whether it's a car, motorist, horse, armadillo, act of God, please call Davidson Bike Law. They will work for you. They will fight for you. But thank you, Cassidy, for all you do as well. Big shout out. Long days for Davidson Bike Law. And they're putting in the time. And we do appreciate their support.
You're going to be ringing that bell for us over there? Yep, we're going to be doing points. I wonder if he's going to win. 5 points available on the line. He is going to win, right? He's been away the entire time. Luke Lynch, we're ringing a bell for you. Luke, we're going to time this lap. How fast can you do this lap? 5 points on the line. Give you a little bit of a challenge there as he goes through. Like he's got nothing else better to do, right? Cut through that wind. He's got a massive lead of about 50 seconds. We're timing the lap right now. He's going to pick up 5. That's the maximum points. Now we got 2 places still available for the rest of the Omnium points. Lynch, I don't think, is in the Omnium lead or in the series, and so the rest of the riders definitely fighting to see who's going to be the Category 2-3 overall winner. And, of course, they're trying to knock out of the top step Ima Insec.
I can only prognosticate that Luke Lynch did not make the TT. I mean, he's too good, right? We had a time trial on Friday, 5.5 miles with a 700-foot rise over the run. And evidently Luke Lynch missed his start time, or maybe he's in London. Points competition on the line. Points competition 3 deep. You are racing for second, third on the points. Points hot lap.
That's your winner from yesterday going up the road, David Michael Sweet. Trying to be able to jump him. That's what he did yesterday. He jumped early, caught everybody by surprise, and he went up the road. And I think that might have been Christopher Ackerman who was on his wheel. But David Michael Sweet, your road race winner, trying to be able to jump early to be able to pick up some points. He wants those 3 points. He doesn't have the quickest sprint, and that's why. He knows he doesn't have the turbo to drag race him in the last 100 meters, so he's going from a mile out.
A monumental win yesterday by how sweet it is, Matt Sweet. And then on his wheel, Ackerman out of UCLA trying to separate. So as a formality, Luke Lynch will pick up 5 points for taking yet another lap down. Crushing it off the front with a 50-plus second time gap, Luke Lynch.
Where's he from in England? Who knows? Anybody here know Luke Lynch? Anybody? I wonder. Where is he from in England? I wonder. Just moved here to Costa Mesa, like about how long ago? A couple weeks ago. Relative. All right, and obviously he must. He bike raced over in England. I mean, he didn't just pick up the bike here when he got to California. That would be some heavy-duty California vibes. All of a sudden, to become that good of a bike racer.
If I'm Kyle Cooper or Team 6 Project, I'm giving him a contract after this race. I'm gonna approach him. Evidently, he had 53 points. Frankie, this just in. He had 53 points before today's stage. Talking about Luke Lynch.
How much does the leader have?
70 something. I don't have the paper in front of me.
It's not relative unless we know what the first
well,
place
it's relevant in the fact that he's moving up in the ranks. Clearly, he's gaining some points. Right. On second and third.
Not sure how high. Yeah, we don't have that Omnium standings here, so we're going to play that by ear a little bit later on. Look at this sprint, though. You can see how valuable those points are. 3 and 1, only 2 positions available. It's all going to come down to a bike throw, and that is going to go to, I believe that was Tyler Osborne taking that.
And NSEC caught out on that one. Evidently got a bad angle. It looks like he got about 5th or 6th there.
Forgot to tell the riders 5 to go. I'll let them know next lap. Oh, good thing I didn't say anything then. I'll be right on track. All right, perfect. Category 4s, you guys are going to be up at 3:30 or 3:25, excuse me, and we are on time. On time. Make sure to check in. Mandatory check-in at the RV. Our Category 4, 3:25 is your start time. We're on time and on schedule. Check in at the RV at the registration tent. You're going to be racing for 40 minutes. Still timing. No, I must have messed up. Did he come by already? All right, so I missed timing him then. Because I was looking at my clock going 4:48. I was like, it's not taking him that long to go around. We're going to have to time him next time again. There he goes. I didn't see that blue lead car. It took a lap off trying to be able to use it. And now he's seeing 5 laps to go. 5 to go, 5 to go as our leader comes racing straight through.
Team 6 Project, named after 6 Inc. out of Redlands, California, founded by Jeff Bowens. Jeff Bowens, he's busy negotiating media contracts between companies like YouTube and Google with 5 laps to go. With 5 to go, 5 laps remaining. Category 2-3s out on the road. Some guys just give up living, start dying a little piece by piece. Some guys come home from work and they wash up and go racing in the streets. Definitely international flavor this week, and we also have Team MRCC out of Hungary, all the way from Budapest. Peter Durantis brought some of his mates over, and they got the memo. It's good to see those guys from MRCC. I believe that's a textile company as the primary sponsor. Luke Lynch with 4 to go. By the way, why was 6 upset with 7? Because 7, 8, 9. If 6 was 9, it was also a song by Jimi Hendrix. Dad jokes. Inc.
So I'm getting reports Lynch has 6th place in the time trial, was like 14th in the road race, but now he's picking up so many points. He has moved up into 1 point from taking over the overall Omnium lead. So he's on a mission as Luke Lynch is flying around. 4 to go, 4 to go, 4 to go. Racing in England all last year. He's got a bunch of races to his name. He's been a Category 3 last year. And now this year he is coming off a 3rd at the last Majestic Criterium that they just had. So he's getting a little bit more familiar with American racing. He's figuring it out. He's starting to realize who's strong and who's not and how to be able to race these races. And he's making the most of it right now by not only getting into the breakaway on the very last day, but about to be able to single-handedly win the overall on the final day here at the Victorville stage race.
Obviously a super talented rider, but obviously some days the legs just feel really, really good. He's got tremendous legs. He's flying out there with confidence, with verve, with rigor, and the man has delivered. We're going to look at 3 laps to go, and he's actually turning really good times, by the way. It's not as if the chase has been devoid. He has just been drilling it as he comes through. 3 laps remaining. 3 to go. Luke Lynch on the hunt.
Are you down there cheering for Luke? You're cheering for Luke. Very nice. So you guys just recently moved to California? A year ago you moved to California, and he bike raced a bunch in England because I was just looking up some English results where he's been. How long has he been a bike racer for? 2, 3 years? Very good. All right. And how's your time been here in California? Good? Yeah. It's warmer than England, huh? Well, he's having a fantastic ride. And if he stays away, which he's gonna end up winning the overall, the entire race, the whole Omnium, the whole caboodle here. So congratulations to the both of you guys. So great to being able to see that. Once again, Category 4s, you must check in at the reg tent. Category 4 riders, check in at the registration tent behind the RV. You're going to be racing for 40 minutes, our final race as we wrap up day number 3. So lots of action still to come with our Category 4 riders. Here comes the main field. 3 to go, 3 to go. Get on that wheel. 3 laps to go.
Charging down the boulevard with 3 to go.
If this would have been a shorter course by any amount, we definitely would have had races that riders lap the field. That would have happened in 2 or 3 of these races. It's hard to lap a field on a 1.2-mile circuit. If that would have been down to 0.7, 0.6, we definitely would have had lapped fields, and that would have changed things pretty dramatically as well. Hey, just before the start line, the two kids down there in the purple jackets. Can you see me here in the announcing stage? I need two bell ringers. Do you guys want to come over here and ring the bell for me? Come behind the stage. Come up on the stage. Two to go, two to go, two to go, two. Hi, guys. Come on up the stairs. I got two of them. Come on over here. Come over here. Bell for you. Bell for you. What's your
So we've got some company. We've got some bell ringers up here in the booth supporting the Watson brothers, Jack and Eli. Abigail and her sister, the twin sisters, are going to help us ring the bell for the final lap.
Waiting for a race leader to come around. So Abigail and Delilah, here, grab a bell. There you go. Grab a bell. Come on, stand up there. We're going to get you guys up close. Don't fall off the stage. That's good enough, all right? Not these guys. We're gonna wait for these guys, okay? Just hold on. Don't ring the bell for them because they are going to see two to go, and we're waiting for the race leader. Riders, you got 2 laps to go. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. Look at that, putting down the work. That's Bass McKenzie on the front. Or excuse me, that's Mackenzie Bass. I read that backwards. Mackenzie Bass just got his head down, stringing it out, trying to be able to bring back. In the meantime, trying to be able to keep an eye out for the Sunland Ford Sky Blue Mustang, getting ready to come around the final corner, leading the incredible Luke Lynch as he makes his way around. He's been away pretty much, I don't want to say the entire race, but a lot of it. 2/3 of the race, he has been away. Abigail and Delilah, you guys ready to ring the bell? Are you sure you're ready to ring the bell? All right, that's some good energy. All right, he's getting a little bit closer as Luke Lynch is making his way all the way from England, now living in California. Ring those bells, Abigail, Delilah. It's 1 lap to go. Ring them loud. Ring them loud.
And here he comes now with 1 lap to go. Here he goes. That's Luke Lynch with 1 lap to go in the final stage, Victorville stage race. Luke Lynch bringing the fish and the chips with 1 lap to go. Jack Hammer Watson coming off a big win in Tucson earlier this year. Eli Watson, 13 years of age. Jack Watson, 15 years of age. The future looks very bright.
You've been talking about them, the brothers, right? You've been talking about them all weekend long. And so obviously he's 16 years old, I believe, right? And he's
13 and 15, yes.
And they're in the, and, well, one of them is in this race.
Jack.
Yes, incredible. Incredible to be that young and still racing at the Cat 2-3s, a high speed, high level. Man, where did the field go? This is taking forever. You know, we saw that last lap was, what's his name was pulling, and I don't know where they are now as they get ready to come down. Here we go. Hey, so Abigail, Delilah, ring the bells. Let's make some noise once again. Ring it loud for these riders. 1 to go.
All right, Victorville, California, with 1 lap to go, with 1 to go. 1 lap to go. Racing for second on the road. Here we go, steady as she goes.
That's David Michael Sweet again trying to jump him. trying to catch them by surprise. You know, you can only do that so many times before they know you're going to be able to go. But David Michael Sweet, one last time, trying to be able to make it stick and work. Abigail Delilah, high five. Thank you guys very much. You can set your bells back here. High five. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Be careful going down the stairs.
It is a family affair. You got to love it. It doesn't get any better than that as our pace car comes through. And this is our man who has made ribbons out of the field. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. This is Luke Lynch from the UK. Give it up for our champion today. Looks like he's going to steal not only the stage, but general classification in the Omnium here at Victorville, California, brought to you by Majestic Cycling. Taking the fish and the chips from the UK, Luke Lynch.
Taking about 3 minutes a lap, 3 minutes to go around each lap, and I swear it's going to take 2 minutes and 50 seconds until we have the field come around that final turn. They're getting ready for that drag race. Look at that wind. It's a tailwind sprint. Coming out of the last corner, it's extremely fast. We're going to have these guys flying down the backstretch, getting ready to try to get podium positions. Remember, it's not only podium for today, the overall is also up for grabs. The points extremely close.
It's going to be a huge wind-up before they enter that final corner. All eyes on 200 meters, a full gallop. About to see it happen. Will it be Ima Ensek in the hunt? You know he can suss it out. He's got this sprint dialed. Going to be a little razzle, a little bit of dazzle, a little bit of country, a little bit of rock and roll. Here they come through unscathed on the final corner. Going to be a mad dash to the line. Riders right up the throat of the boulevard. Where's Ima Ensek? Elbows out as they come, bringing full gas, full stick. Julian Agradano picking up second place unofficial, and Ian Abrams, wow, picking up thirds, the son of Paul Abrams of Team Elevate, the sports director. Wow, that was a heck of a sprint. Not sure what happened to Ima Ensek, but good job on the Watson brothers all weekend long.
Riders' course is still closed. We're going to wait for final confirmation to make sure all the riders in, and then we'll get you out onto the course. 40 minutes of racing. Just to give you a little bit of a heads up, we'll do your awards immediately after your race. After your race, top three come to the podium on the stage and in the overall. Also, your free laps are going to end with 5 laps to go. No more free laps, 5 laps to go. Your pit is just after our finish line on the right-hand side. That's where you can put in some wheels. In the meantime, waiting to make sure our motorcycle, got to wait for our lead motorcycle to come around, and then we will be able to call you out to the line. 2-3s, you also should have registered or checked in. Let's say checked in at the RV. So please make sure that you have done that as we wait for our motorcycle to come around and make sure the course is clear as we get ready for the final event on day number 3 here in Victorville.
Would love to have a word with Luke Lynch. If he comes by, we'd like to have a brief talk with him. And
Luke, stop right there at the end of the barriers. There you go. He's going to come down and talk to you. He doesn't believe you're from England. He thinks you're lying. Is it working?
all right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm with Luke Lynch right now. What a tremendous performance from the UK, Mr. Lynch. Let's break it down like a frog in biology class. When did you choose? Did you have an idea to go long today, waking up, and the legs must be feeling very good?
Yeah, so on the first lap, well, it looked like nobody wanted to work into the wind. So came around there 2-3 laps in and had a bit of a gap and pushed down the back straight here with a tailwind. The gap opened up and then you just keep the power on into headwind. I knew people wasn't going to work, so the gap opened up and managed to hold it.
And what it looked like is you were spring-loaded, taking second to Iman Sek off of that 1-point sprint. Then you continued that momentum, did you not, and just started to roll? Must have monitored at some point, looking at your gap as it built.
Yeah, that was it. As soon as I saw that the time gap was going up, I realized people were going to let me go. As soon as you get out of sight on a course like this, you're probably going to hold it to the end unless you blow up.
We're not castigating or anything like that or second guessing, but Luke Lynch, how did you not win the time trial on stage 1 Friday?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit heavy at the minute, I think. So maybe the uphill didn't help, but yeah, the legs are feeling good today.
Certainly, there was a 700-foot elevation gain in stage 1. You had tremendous legs today. And one more question. Are you going back to the UK, or are you going to stay in my hometown, Costa Mesa, California?
Yeah, that's where I live in Costa Mesa. I've been here for about 6 months, so go back there tonight and carry on racing in Southern California.
Carry on, indeed. I think Team 6 and some of these other riders have an offer for you, so the contracts are going to be coming out. Let's give it up, everybody, for Luke Lynch, your winner today in the category 2-3s. Shortly going to hand the microphones over to Stevie B and Frankie Andrell.
All right, guys. Cat 4-5 will be racing for 40 minutes, 40 minutes. There will be 3 Omnium sprints. Like a regular crit, there'll be preem. You hear the bell, and that's when the points are on the line. There will be sprint points at the finish line only. 3 laps end at 5 to go when the lap cards show 5 to go. Lap cards are on your right. The wheel bit is over on your right. There is a unique situation today, and that is that we are creating a rolling closure. Unusual because the road is not closed like it should be. Cars are getting on the course. So, for safety purposes, what we've done all day long is we have a lead motor and a follow motor, and they will make sure the envelope you're all in is safe. If you fall behind the follow motor, you're out of the race. We can't guarantee safety of riders by themselves. So if you stay between the motors, you're okay. You can race all you want. Once you're off the back, I'm going to pull you. That's unfortunate. We had to do it because of safety reasons today. Everybody understand that? We want to make sure you guys all get the race and you can race safely. So that's why we've done this. You guys have any questions at all? All right, 40 minutes. Frankie, anything you want to say? Yes, right after your race, right to the podium, okay? It'll be on my whistle.
Gentlemen, final day. Have a safe race. You're going to start on the whistle in 3, 2, 1, and here we go. 40 minutes of racing. Have a great ride, and we'll see you at the end.
And we're going to give away a Redlands free entry to this group as well.
Category 2 threes to the podium. 2 threes of your top 3 to the podium. I'm walking across the street now. We'll do your podium. Then you'll be able to get on your way. If you have any questions, if you're in the top 3, just come by and ask me. As our riders getting ready to be able to come by and complete lap number 1. Good job, guys. Following those wheels, sticking together. Get up there. You got to stay on the wheel. It's now or never. Put in the effort. Awesome ride. Keep going. Keep going. Two threes to the podium. 2 threes to the podium. Looking for Luke Lynch. Luke Lynch, are you around?
And by the way, Luke Lynch, you get a free entry to the Redlands Sunday Criterium. Sean Wilson is here to pass the baton. You are racing for free Sunday, April 16th at Redlands Classic. How's that about connecting dots? Good to see you, Sean.
I got it. I don't want it ready. Yesterday.
Pretty cool to see Ian Abrams in the Elevate kit.
Yeah, we got everybody here. Yeah, I was just talking to him, and we're going to bring him up onto the podium. So let's start off with our stage. And we're going 1, 2, and 3, and we just talked about Ian Abrahams and bringing him up. Your bronze medal ride, 3rd place on the day, Ian Abrahams from Elevate. You want to take? Coming in 2nd place with a fantastic sprint, Julian Agradano. And riding away from everyone, making it look easy, the powerful, the mighty Luke Lynch. Arms up in the air, celebrate. It's 1, 2, and 3. Lynch, Agradano, and Abrahams.
Job well done. Category 2 threes. Ian Abrams, age 18.
Moving on to our overall. Bringing right back up to the stage. Overall, Julian Agradano in 3rd in our overall Omnium. Ima Insek in 2nd place in our overall. And after 3 days of racing, he takes it all on the very last day and the final day. Your new overall leader, Luke Lynch.
Bring him up. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your 2023 overall Omnium Victorville Stage Race, the Elite Men, Category 2-3.
Fantastic job. Well done. Thank you, Frankie, Andrea. There they are looking proud too. The white jersey also goes on the back of Avagano, a U23 rider. So we have the white and the yellow on the podium currently. Ima Insek slipping from 1st to 2nd because Lynch got away. Wow, that was he went from what, a 5 seed to a number 1 seed. Talking about Luke Lynch from the UK, shocking the world. A roundhouse punch. Avagano, Insek, and Lynch. Congratulations. Team LaGrange there. Surfing wheels at the back, hanging on for dear life.
So Max Dubois is your current overall leader in this race. We're going to ring the bell. Omnium points are going to be on the line. It's going to be 5, 3, and 1 when our leaders come around. This gentleman here, 70 years old. This is a testament to cycling. Give a big round of applause. He's out here every single day. Love being able to see that coming out here. Riding, racing, enjoying himself, having fun as we wait for our race leaders in the sky blue Mustang getting ready to be able to come by from Sunland Ford.
Yeah, actually, he's 70 years young. Actually, he's 69. His name is Dave Marsh, and he hails from Apple Valley, about 4 miles from here, home of Roy Rogers and the Jestrap family, Megan and Ryan Jestrap from Apple Valley. This young man is from Apple Valley. His name is Dave Marsh.
How's that bell ringing position? A little loud? Trish? How's that bell ringing position? A little loud? I could see. Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, that's the last time she's going to volunteer to ring the bell. Going back and forth. You're getting pummeled both sides of the ears. We'll keep it down for this next one. 5, 3, and 1 points available for when the riders come around. Oh, I love it when it plan all comes together. Because they're all together. So that means we're going to be able to ring the bell. We're going to have a good sprint. Again, Max Dubois, he's your current leader. Pietrangelo Villabuena won yesterday. He's not here. Matt Wigton was in second. Max Dubois in third. John Cobb in fourth. 5, 3, and 1 points available. Points available next lap. Omnium points. 5, 3, and 1. 3 places deep. Cobb is here. Afshari is here, and I mention Afshari because he did really well in the time trial. He was actually second in the time trial. He was 12 seconds back on Max Dubois. So Max Dubois won the time trial, third in the road race, and has managed to be able to pick up enough points to keep him in the lead.
March Madness has arrived at Victorville. wonder if Texas Longhorns will advance. They're in the grade 8. Maybe they're winning right now to the Final Four. Meanwhile, back to the race. We're going to ring the bell for a free entry to the Redlands Classic Criterium. A free entry to Redlands Classic Criterium on the next lap. A free entry to Redlands. Go get you some. The yellow jersey picking up those points. 5-3-1. Redlands Classic free entry, but you got to catch 3 up the road. Max Dubo picking up the 5 points on that hot lap. Pretty cool to see the yellow jersey take a sprint. Max Dubo. Still very close in our top 3 in this race for the general classification in points. Dubo currently 67 points on the road, and trailing at 61 is Sebastian Afshari, who took second also in that hot lap. And ironically, are perfectly symmetric. John Cobb in third in the overall also took third in that sprint. John Cobb at 57. So those numbers are 57, 61, and 67. 67 points on the shoulders of Maxwell Dubo, along with the yellow jersey presented by Jack Rue.
Keep going, Aldo. You got a rider coming up right behind you. You can get on his wheel. You guys work together. There he is. Just hop on that wheel and keep going. So easy for us to sit here and say, keep going, right?
Pretty comfortable from this seat right here.
There's a free entry to Redlands right there. Number 401. Congratulations.
Big Orange. That's Sebastian Asari picking up the free entry, and that's going to solicit a chase from Dubau.
Yeah, Dubau, I mean, he's in a good position because remember, the points are not spread out that much, 30, 29, 28, but he realizes the rider in second place on the overall is going up the road, starting to get away from him. So Dubau is on the front trying to be able to chase him down.
Had a little drive yesterday checking out a sojourn on Route 66. Across the Mojave River, and it's actually raging right now. It's sometimes a dry river. It's absolutely, there's turbulent waters and eddies on the Mojave River, which is an incredible sight to see here in the high desert, making the aquifers very happy.
Coming up on about 20 minutes of racing, which means we're almost to the halfway point. After that, we're obviously be in the second half, but we got to get rid of another Omnium point sprint. So we're going to do that when they come around and ring the bell. That'll be our second one. That means there'll be one more left by the end of the day. Max Dubo has shown a speed. We are seeing that he is a sprinter. Will he be able to take a second set of 5 points to be able to add to his lead?
This is the front of the course, the Tete de la course right here. Looks like one rider plus two. Sebastian still on the pedals.
Points, point sprint. Omnium points, 5, 3, and 1. Slapshard in the red jersey, next right in front of the motorcycle is your race leader. The two riders right behind him are lapped. And here comes your two chasers trying to be able to make it back. One rider's in front of you, about 15 seconds. Points available next lap.
That's right. That's second and third on the road right there. John Cobb and Dubrow.
Points lap.
Three riders up the road. Speaking of March Madness, on cue, a little fanfare. March Madness, the finals will be in Houston, Texas this year. Throw it down, big man. Final four determined tonight, and advancing to Houston to establish who will be the champion for that one shining moment right now, and the one shining moment of the last lap from Big Orange. Sebastian Afshari picking up the 5 points. Job well done. The road is long in the blink of an eye. Here's second and third on the road, and the chase is on. They are in sight. Dubrow and Cobb on the move, second and third on the road right now. And here's fourth. Dave Marsh is being swallowed up. Hoover Vacuum, 69 years young, from Apple Valley. Win or lose, you always did your best, because inside you knew that one shining moment you reached deep inside. One shining moment you knew you were alive. Assist by Luther Vandross. Thank you again, Victorville, for rolling out the red carpet. It's been one shining moment after another. We really sincerely appreciate your abundance, love for the sport. You're rolling out also no obstacles to the permits. It's been nothing but a brilliant weekend for Frankie Andrea, for the Sanchez family. I'm Dave Worthington. Once again, thanking you so much for all the supporters, all the volunteers. Probably about a 25-second gap on eyeball, between 25, 30 seconds. Here's number 2 and 3 out on the road right now. Cobb and Dubrow trying to hunt down and chase my man, Sebastian Afsari, with Big Orange Cycling. And remember, Luke Lynch, you are going to Redlands at free entry. Suss that out. Yes, thumbs up. Okay. Here we go. Not yet on lap cards. I think we all agree that sports and remedy, basically it's an escape, but it's a healthy. It's like a proxy war, right? We cheer on our teams, like with music and sport. It really is a remedy for what ails us. It is a beautiful thing to watch these guys, whether it's Category 5 and beginners class, all the way through to the top elite class. It's about putting in the energy on the pedals and feeling the sense of accomplishment. And that can happen with a block walk, walking around the block. It can happen with a hike. To be active, and that's what we're promoting really, and that's what Victorville is embracing, an active lifestyle for better health, both mentally and physically. Ringing the bell. Points on the line. Ringing the bell for points on the line as Sebastian Afsari comes with Big Orange Cycling still in sight. He is a target. These two riders trying to organize. It is not done and dusted. He could get caught. This is a points competition hot lap.
10 seconds. That gap is 10 seconds. You guys are gaining on him every lap, getting closer and closer with 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go for everybody. Points available. 5, 3, and 1.
The gap ever so slightly tumbling like Jenga blocks into the Grand Canyon. It's a slow erosion. The erosion is slow. Here comes the pack right now with 5 on the line.
Both Dubois and Afshari, the two guys in the front, a pretty good time trialists. They finished first and second in the time trial.
Points up the road. This is a points lap. Points up the road. 5 laps to go.
I saw Samuel Gutierrez getting up there. Looked like, I think, one of his teammates. I thought I saw 4:13, but maybe I misread that. But sitting on the back there with the Prime Cycling team, making sure they are staying in contact as these laps tend to get a little bit quicker, getting closer to the end of this race. But as I was saying, Afshari, a very good time trialist. Max Dubois, a very good time trialist. Dubois came out on top in the time trial, the 5.5-mile uphill time trial, by 12 seconds on Afshari. But that's relatively close. And in the road race, Afshari seemed to have missed out. He didn't get in the top 5, whereas Dubois actually had a better road race than him. And that's what propelled Max Dubois into that leader's jersey. So that's why he's wearing that yellow jersey out there. Right now, he's been picking up some points as he's grown to 70 points. Afshari sitting in second with 66 points. So Afshari's going to pick up actually another 5 points this time, which will bring him up to 71 points. So it's critical that Dubau actually finishes in front of Cobb. No. Guys, keep going. You're doing great. He's got the grimace, the face of pain. He looked like the Joker out there. Montgomery Godermont putting the hurt down, trying to be able to look at him, going all the way to the curb, taking that crosswind, putting him in the gutter. In the meantime, our blue pace car comes through. Afshari is about to pick up 5 points, bringing him up to 71. Like I said, making it critical for Maxwell Dubau to pick up the points. He has to finish in front of Cobb in order to stay close. You got a 5-second lead, a 5-second lead. 4 laps to go, 4 laps to go. Little glance over the shoulder, you'll see where they're coming from. It's the yellow jersey and the pink jersey. Dubau in yellow, Cobb in pink.
I've got about a 16-second time gap, and look at the shoulder starting to rock. Maybe the saddle just a little bit high, a fraction, as Dubau trying to get all the energy from his legs to his drivetrain. Cobb looks to be like kind of maybe the white flag is up. Cobb not pulling through at this juncture with 4 laps to go.
Feel that wind. That is a huge factor in the race out there. Guys getting blown all over this race course, getting crosswind, headwind, tailwind, very difficult course conditions as the wind has continually increased from morning to late afternoon. Sun's starting to go down, temperatures starting to cool off as well. Never giving up. I love being able to see that. It's David Marsh, again, 69 years old, out here riding in the time trial, the road race, and the crit, obviously going against guys much younger than him. But he's putting in the time and the energy.
Yeah.
Great rider, David Marsh.
Yeah, you got to love the heart of Dave Marsh, 69 years young, and if you fall down 69 times, you get up 70. Looks like this time advantage is actually growing right now. Afshari on the move with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Afshari has cracked him. No, Dubau is cracked. Dubau is missing. He's out the back. Now this is a disaster for Dubau. Very good for Cobb. Cobb is going to pick up points, and I was just talking to him because if Dubau gets third, they are going to be tied on points with Afshari, but since Afshari will have the better placing on the last race, Afshari will end up taking the jersey. Dubau needed to finish in second, so right now he's trying to be able to make up. Just suffering, the legs hurting, a long time trial, a long road race, and right now, all by himself as Cobb has flown the coop.
Wow, Dubau definitely ankling through there with some pain, grinding it out. Inconceivable because he looked so good on the prior lap. Can only think that Cobb must have jumped him on the headwind, caught him out some surprise because they were together only 2.5 minutes ago. Now there's a huge space between first, second, and third on the road with 3 laps remaining. Yeah, these 4 or 5, somebody threw them in the salad spinner, pumped that thing up about 17 times to see what shakes out. We could be looking at solo, 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 mano y mano y mano, inside of 3 to go.
Yeah, my calculations are correct in figuring this out. Again, the rider in that yellow jersey who's had the lead on day number 1 and day number 2 had to finish in second place, and that's because Afshari, who got into the breakaway, has been picking up the mid-race points. He's actually picked up 13 points on the day, and of course we have the finish. So unless Maxwell Dubois can come back and finish in second place, he is going to end up tying in the overall series. And since Afshari is going to win the race, he'll have the better placing on the final day. He'll take over that. Afshari, 28 years old. Dubois, 20 years old. That obviously can play a little bit into it. Also, experience, fitness, strength. But you got to give a lot of credit, man. He wrestled it from him. He attacked. He went off. He's taking this race into his own hands. Sebastian Afshari doing an incredible ride as he's about to see 2 laps to go. Wait. He's about to see 2 laps to go. 2 to go, 2 to go, 2 to go. You got a massive gap.
Sebastian Afshari with Big Orange Racing is all in. He is absolutely dedicated. It's been about, 5 or 6 laps ago. He took his chips. He looked left, he looked right, and put those chips in the center of the table and said, I am all in. Here comes Cobb alone, chasing Afshari, a sizable gap. And wow, did Dubois, the wheels just came off the sled.
So as we talked about Dubois being off the back, if Cobb catches Afshari, Afshari will lose because he does not have enough points. He'll have only 29 points instead of 30. Afshari has to win the race. So that's a battle up in front, because if Cobb catches him, then it's game over as well. So a lot on the line right here in the final 2 laps. After 3 long days of racing here at the Victorville Stage Race presented by Sunland Ford. Big thank you to Hustle Brands, Davidson Bike Law, Jackroo, and Muckoff for their continued support of the Victorville Stage Race.
All right. Category 4 5s, you have 2 laps to go, bike racers, 2 to go, and then you are done and dusted. It's been a tremendous weekend. Thank you so much for coming out, Victorville, with the red carpet. Remember, folks, for every 1 mile of road, there are 2 miles of sharp curb face, but that's okay. Together we'll get up the road. Together we'll share the load, because we stand on the shoulders of giants. Talking about you all today, who have shown once again proof positive that there is most certainly unity in the cycling community. I'm Dave Worthington. That's Frankie Andrea, 9-time Tour de France competitor and commentator. It's been an absolute blast. Big shout out to Alfie Sanchez, Majestic Cycling once again. The entire Sanchez family, job well done.
Yeah, a lot of work and effort going into putting on any kind of bike race, much less a stage race. So a big thank you to Majestic Cycling. Continuing to support the road scene, the Criterium scene, and the teams putting on a fantastic race. Talked about the time trial, the road race, and the crit. The final day, the final moment, the final race. It's Bell Lab with 1 lap to go.
With 1 lap, with 1 lap, with 1 lap to go! Here we go, Victorville, California, 1 to go.
Put your hands together. Cheer him on. It's John Cobb making his way through with 1 lap to go from Plan 7 Cycling Team. Picking up points along the way right now, 59 points. I believe unofficially it might put him in 3rd place overall in the Omnium. This final day, he has catapulted up the rankings to find himself in 3rd. All riders getting the bell. All riders, final lap. 1 to go, 1 to go.
You know, these are our people. We love the Category 4 and 5s. And look at this man in the yellow jersey fighting tooth and nail on the final lap of the day. Maxwell Dubau.
Bell up, one to go, one to go, one to go. It's your final chance, your final sprint. Get ready to lay it down on the line. Keep it safe, keep it straight. One to go.
That's right, skinny side down, but go for glory. Might as well find out how deep you can go. Experience is the best coach. Get that experience in your legs and in between the ears. 1 lap to go. Some say the strongest muscle in the body is the gray matter between the ears. And Albert Einstein once said the difference between genius and stupidity is that genius has its limits. Majestic Cycling, we thank you so much for all you do. We'll see you down the road. Tour de Marietta next weekend. Here's our beautiful blue Mustang pace car brought to you by Sunland Ford. And your champion today, Sebastian Full Metal Ale Asare with Team Big Orange has done it. Striking gold in the finale. Cut down the nets. And in second place, the Cobb Monster. Job well done. Smashing that monster gear.
These riders coming up have been lapped, but they're all finishing on the same lap. Everybody's finishing up, making a good sprint all the way to the line. Drive it home. That's what we like to be able to see. So congratulations. A nice finish. Finishing that off strong. That is Montgomery Godermont. And congratulations, our oldest rider in the race, David Marsh, doing a fantastic ride as well. As Max Dubois comes across the line, hard, valiant, fought effort, 3rd place.
And that young man emptied the tanks. Look at the face of pain. Maxwell Hammer Dubois may have slipped down to 2nd in the GC. Here's the big windup for the finale. Nicely done. Brandon Lee taking the bunch.
We're going to be on the microphone just a little bit long, but I wanted to say for David Worthington, I'm Frankie Andrea. I want to thank everybody for coming out, supporting the Victorville Stage Race. We've had a great time announcing over the last 3 days, and of course, a big thank you to all of the sponsors. Stick around, because guess what? We have our awards coming up. Category 4 awards coming up in about 5 minutes. After that, we're going to be wrapping things up, and of course, want to wish everybody a safe travel home, and of course, looking forward to seeing you in 2023. 2024, because we're in 2023.
Well, you know, the Olympics are coming to Paris in 2024, and then Los Angeles 2028. I think maybe Frankie Andrea is going to do a cameo, you know, for commentating the Olympics. I'm just putting your name in early, all right? 2028, just around the corner.
It's our final podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call your attention to our podium. As we're going to start off with on the day for the Criterium. In third place, please welcome up to the stage Maxwell Dubois. Maxwell, 20 years old as he makes his way up there. Third place. Second place with a fantastic ride. This is with Plan 7 Cycling Team, John Cobb. And your winner on the day, he broke away, but more importantly, he stayed away. This is the Super Sebastian Afshari. All right, you guys, we got to swap you guys. Maybe we don't have to swap you. Afshari, Cobb is in third. Cobb, you move down to third. Dubois, you move over to second overall. This is for the overall. Pardon? We're going to get a picture first. Yeah, we got it figured out. Hold on. Let's just do pictures. 1, 2, and 3. Your overall Omnium for Victorville stage race. Arms up in the air. Congratulations. An incredible ride for all 3 days. Afshari, Cobb, and Dubois.